Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. President Tinubu celebrates Nigerian women on International Women's Day. Adamawa State Governor orders immediate lockdown of 2 communities. On the foreign scene, Mojtaba Khamenei emerges Iran's supreme leader amid escalating regional tensions. On business, petrol price hike leaves commuters stranded across Anambra State. Now the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has joined the global community in celebrating International Women's Day 2026, describing Nigerian women as a driving force behind the country's development. In a message released on Sunday, the president commended women in Nigeria and in the diaspora for their contributions across agriculture, commerce, and leadership. President Tinubu noted that the resilience and determination of Nigerian women continue to sustain families, communities, and the national economy. He emphasized that women remain central to the country's democratic growth and socio-economic advancement. The president also paid tribute to women who played vital roles in Nigeria's democratic struggles, as well as millions who contribute daily to national progress through enterprise, innovation, and community service. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to removing barriers to women's advancement, ensuring greater access to education for girls, and improved economic opportunities for women across the country. Also, Governor Basi Otu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to women's empowerment as a key driver of economic growth in Cross River State. In a statement marking International Women's Day 2026, the governor described women as critical contributors to the state's prosperity. Governor Otu noted that women play vital roles in agriculture, trade, entrepreneurship, and governance, stressing that women, when succeed, families and communities also thrive. He referenced a report by Bosch IT, which ranked Cross River among Nigerian states making progress in women's economic inclusion. According to the governor, his administration is implementing policies that expand opportunities for women across emerging sectors. Governor Otu added that deliberate investments are being made to improve women's access to land, agricultural chains, and opportunities in technology, innovation, and the creative economy in line with state's broader development agenda. In the meantime, Governor Obasani of Kaduna State has called for greater global investment in women and girls as part of activities marking International Women's Day 2026. In a statement commemorating the event, the governor said empowering women is essential for building inclusive societies and strengthening democratic institutions. Governor Sani noted that throughout history, women have demonstrated resilience and creativity despite social and economic barriers, adding that expanding opportunities for women benefits the wider society. He stated that his administration is implementing policies aimed at improving female participation in governance and leadership while strengthening access to education and economic opportunities for women across the state. Away from that, Governor Amadu Marufin III has imposed a 24-hour curfew on Lamude local government area of Adamawa State following renewed communal violence between the Chobo and Bachama communities. The directive followed reports that the latest clashes resulted in the loss of 2 lives and destruction of properties within the affected communities. Authorities say the curfew forms part of measures aimed at restoring peace and preventing further escalation of hostilities in the area. Governor Fintiri has directed security agencies to strictly enforce the order and urge residents to cooperate with law enforcement authorities by providing valuable information to assist ongoing investigations. The governor of Ebonyi State has confirmed the arrest of the State Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Mr. Simbad Obuato, in connection with the abduction of a traditional ruler in the state. Governor Francis Winfrey announced the development during a condolence visit following the death of Chief Francis Igwe, the monarch of Ndufu Alike, who reportedly died in a captivity after being abducted. According to the governor, investigations by security agencies traced a bank account allegedly linked to the ransom payment to the suspect, prompting further interrogation and subsequent arrest. Security operatives later carried out a coordinated operation that led to the arrest of additional suspects believed to be members of the criminal gang, while investigations into the incident continue. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Mr. Nyesom Wike, has approved the confirmation of 1,059 staff members within the Federal Capital Territory administration. The confirmation followed a screening exercise conducted by the Federal Capital Territory Civil Service Commission, during which more than 2,200 candidates participated in a confirmation examination held in February. Officials say some of the affected staff had been awaiting confirmation since 2016 and 2019. And the move is part of ongoing efforts to address long-standing personnel issues within the civil service. The commission also disclosed that 224 officers invited for the exercise failed to appear, raising concerns about possible ghost workers as authorities intensify efforts to ensure transparency and accountability in the system. Political consultations have intensified across Enugu North Senatorial District ahead of the by-election to fill the vacancy created by the death of former Senator Okezia. Stakeholders within the district say discussions are gradually focusing on individuals considered capable of providing effective representation at the Senate. Observers note that several political figures from the Nsukka and Iweze South Federal Constituency axis are being mentioned in political conversations as possible contenders for the seat. Attention now turns to Independent National Electoral Commission, which is expected to release the official timetable that will formally begin the electoral process for the senatorial by-election. Grief, anger, and renewed calls for justice marked the burial of 31-year-old Onyedikachi Ede Inobagu Okunano, Enugu South Local Government Area of Enugu State, as family members and community leaders alleged he was killed amid a lingering land dispute involving a real estate development project. At the funeral ceremony held over the weekend, mourners not only paid their last respect to the deceased but also urged government authorities to intervene and address the contested ownership of hundreds of hectares of land at the center of the crisis. Our correspondent completes the story.
The remains of Onyedikachi Ede, a native of Ndewuba village in Obegu Okonano community of Enugu South local government area, have been laid to rest amid renewed calls for justice over the circumstances surrounding his death and growing concerns about a lingering land dispute linked to the centenary city development in the area. The funeral rites drew family members, community leaders, sympathizers, and residents who gathered to pay their last respects to the deceased while reflecting on the broader issues surrounding land ownership and communal harmony in the community. Delivering the sermon during the funeral service, the priest in charge of St. Peter's Methodist Church, Obagu, Enugu South Local Government Area, Very Reverend Sunday Williams Oko, called for justice, restraint, and strict adherence to the rule of law in the management of land-related disputes.
Government can take us, but it's better when they take you compensation. Because I'm the premise of this land. That's why even though they are still crying, they say, you come into you cross water, you cross rivers, you come to our land, you take our oil, and you do nothing for us. And we are telling you that this is what we call a government. Government is a government that considers the people from whom they are taking anything. If you take anything from anybody, as much as you can, compensate. 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 Touch the person's heart. I want to tell you, if it's responsible, let the government of our state look at this matter. I am only saying there should be a consultation. There should be a discussion. I know there have been some discussions, but let the discussion be done in such a manner that everybody knows that people are treated for what has happened.
He cautioned against the forceful acquisition of property and urged authorities and stakeholders to respect due process in order to prevent avoidable conflicts and the loss of innocent lives. The Methodist clergyman further emphasized the sanctity of human life, reminding the congregation that peace, justice, and respect for human dignity remain essential foundation for any thriving community. Following the service, leaders of the Obagu community addressed newsmen and sympathizers, expressing deep concerns over the circumstances surrounding the death of the young man. Among those who spoke were the chairman of Ndewuba village, Ifeanyi Abomba Ebu, the immediate past president general of Obagu community, Chief Andy Ebu, and the traditional ruler of the community, His Royal Highness Igwe Mike Nnuku. They linked the incident to the long-running dispute between sections of the host community and the developers of the Centenary City project, a large-scale urban development situated within the Obagu axis of Enugu South Local Government Area. The developers of the project were not immediately available for comment at the time of filing this report. The community leaders stressed the importance of dialogue, transparency, and lawful engagement in addressing disputes related to land acquisition and development activities in host communities.
The young man is dead now, and he's here with us, still planning ahead how to come in here and ensure that his dream comes true. You can hear when somebody was explaining what he did. But God is still with us. They will tell you that 27th of every December is for the prayer day. That was why the community met and decided to leave 27th of every year to talk to God about our existence.
And asking, as well as pleading with the government to hear our cry for years. If government intervene the way they're supposed, it will not continue. Some of us are living in other man's land. We have our sons in various parts of the world. We do the needful when we acquire a property in that land. And therefore we are not asking the people that come to us to go, but they should do the needful. Follow the rule of the law. Obey the culture of the land and give us our rights.
would be on this rest, our fatherland. This place was proposed by then Jim Wobodo, 31 hectare for Anambra State University, that's Asutech. The Jim Wobodo lost election second term. He could not go. And from there, everything stands still. It was then open until when Chimaroke Naman came in power 1999. He wanted to establish that permanent site. He came here and saw the number of plots. This may not be enough for what he had in mind. That 318 may not be enough for what he had. He carried it down to Abani. When the government of Sullivan came in, they came back here, carried drone, survey everywhere, including where people are living. Up to 4 villages are in what they say is good. They took 1,978 hectares of land upstairs without our knowing, without even consulting the community or the Igbo's. Not even, no compensation, nothing had been done about that 3182. It's just oral something. But they went up to take Obragi village, Uhu village, almost every entire into that region. Where will our people live when Ugwai came on power? He set up a committee headed by Hamadike. The committee tried everything and got all the information that got the key way and saw actually that the land was not acquired ab initio.
They also appealed to the Enugu state government and relevant institutions to facilitate constructive dialogue among all stakeholders with a view to ensuring lasting peace and stability in the area. Meanwhile, members of the deceased family described his death as a painful and devastating loss. Speaking during the burial rites, the elder sister of the deceased, Tochukwu Ede, alongside his elder brother, Chibuzo Ede, expressed grief over what they described as the untimely passing of their brother. According to them, the family, which originally had 5 children, 2 males and 3 females, has now been reduced to 4.
Sometimes I ask, would I survive it? They say I should stop saying it. God is everything. So I'm looking up to God. I know why it happens. Because of God allow it. Because if it not allow it, will not happen. It's true. Me, I don't know what to say again because I'm tired. I'm tired.
If I'm feeling bad that this Oyedika is only the brother I have in this world as of now. This is only 2 of us that born it in this family, not any other person. I'm feeling bad that he left without anything, without without doing something we're supposed to do in life. I'm feeling like that, bad that he died young by this time.
Residents and community leaders present at the burial reiterated calls for peaceful resolution of disputes and renewed commitment to dialogue, describing it as the most sustainable pathway to justice, reconciliation, and long-term stability in the area. I am Ugu Onyinyechi, Aneke TV News.
News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Bola Tinubu celebrates Nigerian women on International Women's Day. Governor Amadu Umaru Fintri orders immediate lockdown of Adamawa community. Coming up shortly, Mujtaba Khamenei emerges Iran's supreme leader amid rising Middle East tensions. Petrol price surge leaves commuters stranded in our member state. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected. to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Tunisia has approved a $1 billion expansion of the Tunis-Carthage International Airport as part of efforts to modernize the country's aviation infrastructure. The project, valued at about 3 billion Tunisian dinars, is expected to significantly increase the airport's capacity and strengthen Tunisia's position as a regional air transport hub. According to the Tunisian Ministry of Transport, the upgrade will increase annual passenger capacity from about 5 million travelers to approximately 18.5 million by the year 2031. The project has already been incorporated into the 2026 investment budget of the Civil Aviation and Airports Authority. Government authorities say the expansion will include construction of additional terminal facilities and reconfiguration of existing infrastructure to accommodate future traffic control. The airport currently handles the majority of Tunisia's international passenger movement. Officials say the decision to expand the existing facility instead of building a new airport will help maximize current connectivity while supporting the country's tourism, trade, and long-term economic development. Iran's Assembly of Experts has appointed Mojtaba Khamenei as the country's new supreme leader following the death of his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was reportedly killed during joint United States and Israeli strikes on Tehran in late February. The 56-year-old cleric becomes the third supreme leader of the Islamic Republic since the 1979 Iranian Revolution. His appointment marks the first time the position has passed from father to son in the country's modern political history. Mojtaba Khamenei is widely regarded as an influential figure within Iran's political and religious establishment, with strong links to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Analysts say his emergence signifies continuity in Iran's ideological direction amid escalation in Western powers. The leadership transition comes as hostilities in the Middle East intensify, with Iran facing mounting military and diplomatic pressure following the death of the former supreme leader and ongoing regional confrontations. The Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, has called for urgent de-escalation of tensions in the Middle East following the widening confrontation involving Iran, Israel, and the United States. Speaking in an interview with Sky News, Sheikh Mohammed warned that the ongoing hostilities have created a serious threat to regional stability and international security. He emphasized that continuing military confrontation could trigger broader instability across the Gulf region. The Qatari Prime Minister noted that Doha remains in communication with Iranian authorities, but stressed that attacks on Gulf states and neutral territories must stop immediately to prevent further escalation. He urged all parties to return to diplomacy, stating that dialogue remains the only sustainable path to resolving the crisis and safeguarding global economic and security interests. 2 people have been killed and 12 others injured after a projectile struck a residential area in the Saudi Arabian city of Al-Kaj. Saudi civil defense authorities confirmed that the victims who died were foreign nationals from India and Bangladesh. Emergency responders were deployed to the scene shortly after the impact to evacuate residents, treat the injured, and secure the affected areas. Authorities say investigations are ongoing to assess the extent of the damage. The incident follows claims by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that it had targeted radar and military installations within Saudi Arabia earlier on Sunday. Security analysts said the attack represents a dangerous expansion of the ongoing regional conflict, raising concerns about the safety of civilians and critical infrastructure across the Gulf. Transportation fares have surged across Anambra State following a sharp increase in petrol prices, with pump prices reportedly reaching as high as 1,200 naira per litre in cities including Onitsha, Nnewi, and Awka. The development has forced many commuters to pay significantly higher transport fares, with some intra-city routes doubling in price over the weekend. At several motor parks, Passengers complained of paying up to 2,000 naira for trips that previously cost about 1,000 naira. Long queues have also been reported at filling stations. As fuel scarcity continues to affect supply across the state, many stations remain closed while others struggle to meet the growing demand from motorists. Officials of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria say the increase reflects higher supply costs from major distributors, adding that market forces in the deregulated sector are influencing the current price structure. The Cross River State government has banned vehicle inspection officers from conducting roadside enforcement operations across the state. The directive restricts their duties strictly to office-based administrative activities. The decision followed complaints from commercial transport operators who alleged harassment, excessive penalties, and intimidation by enforcement officials during roadside checks. Under the new arrangement, enforcement activities will be handled by relevant agencies operating strictly within their statutory mandates. Transport ticket fees for commercial operators have also been reduced from 850 naira to 500 naira daily. The government says the reforms are intended to restore order in the transport sector, reduce financial pressure on operators, and ensure greater transparency in the collection of traffic-related fines. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority says the recent increase in petrol prices across the country is a direct result of Nigeria's fully deregulated downstream petroleum sector. Speaking in Abuja, the authority's spokesperson, George Aneke, explained that fuel prices are now determined by market forces of supply and demand rather than government regulation. He noted that pump prices currently range between 875 naira and 1,000 naira per litre at independent filling stations, while some outlets of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited sell around 960 naira per litre. The regulator says the deregulated framework is designed to attract long-term investment into the petroleum sector, though it acknowledged that consumers are currently facing increased financial pressure due to rising energy costs. Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, says recent reforms in the mining sector are beginning to attract significant foreign investment into the country. The minister made the remarks through the Director General of the Mining Cadastre Office during an international mining conference in Toronto, Canada. According to Dr. Alake, improved geological data, regulatory transparency, and policy reforms have increased investor confidence in Nigeria's mineral resources sector. He added that the federal government is prioritizing value addition and local processing of minerals in order to increase revenue generation and ensure that the sector contributes more meaningfully to national economic growth. Now in sports, 7 teams have secured places in the quarterfinals of the English FA Cup following a series of fifth-round fixtures played on Sunday. Southampton produced one of the standout results of the round with a 1-0 victory over Fulham, secured through a late penalty converted by Ross Stewart. Port Vale also advanced after recording a 1-0 win against Sunderland, while Leeds United defeated Norwich City 3-0 in a dominant performance at Elland Road. The 3 teams joined Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City and Chelsea in the last 8, with the final quarter-final spots to be confirmed ahead of the official draw scheduled for Monday. Still in sports, technical advisor of Nasarawa United, Mboaus Maggut, has praised his players following their 1-0 victory over title contenders Ikorodu City in the Nigerian Premier Football League. The decisive goal came in the 83rd minute when Bright Amadi scored from a well-taken free kick to secure maximum points for the home side in Lafia. Mangot said tactical adjustments made during the second half helped the team break down the visitors' defense after a cautious opening period. The victory moves Nasarawa United to 3rd position on the league table with 47 points from 29 matches as they prepare for their next fixture against defending champions, Remo Stars. Now in entertainment, Nigerian music star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has paid tribute to his close associate Denisi, also known as Ego 222, following his reported death. Davido shared an emotional message on social media describing the late Denisi as a loyal supporter who strongly believed in his music career. The news of the death was first announced by associate Joel Hell Boysen, although the cause of death has not been officially confirmed. Fans and colleagues across the entertainment industry have continued to express condolences to the singer as he mourns the loss of his longtime friend. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has joined the global community in celebrating International Women's Day, describing Nigerian women as key drivers of national development. The president commended the resilience, leadership and contributions of women across various sectors, including governance, agriculture, business, and the home front. In Adamawa State, Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri has ordered the immediate lockdown of a community following rising security concerns. The directive is aimed at restoring order and ensuring the safety of residents, while security agencies intensify efforts to address the situation. On the foreign scene, Mujtaba Khamenei has been named the new supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, following the death of his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Development comes amid escalating tensions in the Middle East as regional and global powers closely monitor the evolving security situation. On the business front, commuters across Anambra State have been stranded after petrol prices surged to about 1,200 naira per litre in several cities. Transport fares have risen sharply as operators adjust to the increased cost of fuel, worsening the financial pressures on residents. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles, communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Present greetings to everyone watching. You are tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with purpose and brings you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I am Gift Obodo, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Amy.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say no matter how long the night, daybreak is sure to follow. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Monday, 9th day of March 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise, and it's a power-packed morning with the greatest news, weather, business, stock updates, and hot topics that Sunrise back to help you hold the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something that will shift your thoughtful to shift your thought, and something that will bring your imaginations to reality, and that is something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the desktop headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full world weather forecast for the city across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing you the business update and sports wrap to keep you smiling.
I'm moving over to the quote of the day, and now it's our global inspiration, and it is: the brave man is not the who does not feel afraid. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. Africa.
All right, looking at this quote this morning, we were being told that the brave man is not the one who doesn't feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. And speaking to, fear and being afraid, one underlying matter here or factor here is that he conquers the fear. So it's not unnatural to be afraid. Yes, you are allowed fear. When you look at soldiers who go to combat zones, who are at the war front, do you mean to tell me that they are not scared for their life? They are, but they embrace fear. They use it as a climbing ladder, stepping up. While embracing it, they conquer it. And that's why they emerge victorious. So in whatever sphere of life you are, be you at the marketplace, you should jettison your fear. In fact, embrace that fear. What is it that scares you? I've seen little children who, upon growing up, are so scared of the little fly. Then they become used to the fact that it doesn't bite, and you see them going after it, wanting to catch it. Or is it the toddler who is scared to take their first step? Then, upon being able to take their first step, they want to start running. That's a typical example of conquering fear and using your fear as a stepping stone. Get up from that bed where you are this morning. Get to the marketplace. It doesn't matter what the fears of yesterday's are. You too can conquer it. Go out there. Take charge. Because it's a bright new morning where there is no fear. Fear shouldn't set the standard for you. Look at, we were told by our fathers that the brave man is not he who doesn't feel afraid. So, meaning that it's normal to feel afraid. But what matters is that you are able to conquer that fear. So we'll tell you on sunrise this morning, rise from the bed where you are, where you've covered yourself in a duvet, out of fear of success, fear if you fail again. I tell you one thing, success will not be sweet if not driven by many thoughts and examples of failure. Mention one successful man that you know. I will point to you a man who has failed several times. Success is the act of mastering failure. And in mastering that act, you have to conquer fear. So, rise with us this morning. Remove that duvet. Step out. Go submit one more file. Submit one more application. No. The project can still be yours. Despite the fact that you've been turned down several times. Turn it in again. Rise above fear. You too can conquer it. That's what our forefathers said. So rise. Shine like the sunshine this morning.
We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll go back to the weather report.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result? Reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Up next, let's take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. It is expected to feature partly cloudy skies with a high chance of rain and thunderstorms during the day. High temperatures will reach around 29 degrees Celsius with lows near 23 degrees Celsius. Expect average humidity around 73 to 79% with light winds. Carry an umbrella or a rain gear and stay hydrated the heat and the humidity.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the coast city. Expect warm weather with highs around 38 degrees Celsius and lows near 24 degrees Celsius. Conditions will feature decreasing clouds, transitioning from partly sunny to mainly clear skies. Stay hydrated in the heat. Use sunscreen if possible.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Abakaliki today should bring partly cloudy wet skies with high around 31 degrees Celsius and low near 23 degrees Celsius. Isolated thunderstorms are possible, consistent with patterns in the southeast region. Prepare for possible showers with rain gear and stay hydrated.
And over to Imo State, my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up partly to cloudy skies with highs around 30 degrees Celsius and lows near 24 degrees Celsius. Thunderstorms are possible. Humidity is expected to be high, nearing 80 to 85% with light winds. Have rain gear handy for potential storms. Above all, stay hydrated.
Good morning, Omaya. It is expected to feature mostly cloudy skies with a high chance of rain and a thunderstorm. Highs will reach around 28 degrees Celsius with lows near 24 degrees Celsius. Prepare for your outdoors with umbrella for likely showers.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool and dress light. Keep an umbrella handy and do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV.
Let's take a quick look at what is making the front page line headlines across the major southeast.
All right, we'll take a look at the newspaper reports across major stories in Nigeria. However, we'll have with us in the studio Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Resar. It's a pleasure to see you this Monday morning.
Thank you, Mr. Uche.
All right, and how is Nigeria treating you?
Oh, fair. This situation in Nigeria is becoming tighter.
It's becoming tighter.
Yes.
If I may, how is the light condition in your area?
Well, I think we have 24 hours non-stop light supply in my area.
You have is that ironical? Is that ironical?
Yes, it is ironical
because I suppose that your area is not
we have almost zero light supply in the area.
Zero light supply. All right. With us again in the studio this morning is Mr. Goodhope, the sports oracle himself. Mr. Goodhope, a pleasure to see you on Monday morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning. A pleasure to see you too.
All right. And there's no gainsaying that where are you coming from? You equally enjoyed uninterrupted power supply.
Well, I enjoyed uninterrupted power no supply.
All right. And how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, Nigeria has been Nigeria, treating everyone as it should treat everyone. And I'm being treated all right. I thank God for life and everything.
Yeah, it's good to see you shining. It's all a pleasure to see you on the Sunrise this morning. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Now over to the headlines. Now on the nation headlines, Judgment Day for the PDP. Judgment Day is here for the People's Democratic Party, PDP, as the Court of Appeal is set to deliver its verdict on the leadership crisis rocking the party. Now over to Punch headlines. NNPC may supply foreign crude to Dangote refinery. NNPC is indeed considering supplying foreign crude to Dangote refinery due to insufficient democratic and domestic crude supply. Now on Vanguard headlines. Now FG offers 2.3 billion pounds electricity project failed. The 2.3 billion electricity project in Nigeria faced significant challenges leading to its failure. And now back to the guidance headlines. Shareholders may forfeit dividends as CBN penalize insider abuse. The Central Bank of Nigeria is cracking down on insider abuse in banks, and it might affect shareholders' dividends. On some newspaper, APC governors at war over NWC positions. The APC governors are really going over each other on National Working Committee position ahead of the party 2026 National Convention. Over to the Daily Trust. The Mid-East war pushes up petrol and food prices. The Mid-East war is really taking a toll on Nigeria economy, with petrol prices skyrocketing to between 1,020 naira to 1,100 naira per liter, and food prices following suit.
All right, thank you very much for those news headlines. Mr. Reis, let's take a deep dive. The PDP is in the news again. And, you know, over time, we've been discussing the issues in the PDP. And I, for one, I have always maintained that I do not see a PDP resurrecting from where it is at the moment. Perhaps may not be able to have feed a candidate in the coming election. But at the appellate court today, ruling is expected where the judgment may either stabilize the party or further, fracture the party. We are looking at the consolidated issues that the court will be looking into, and one of those in the other faction is the factional chairman Turaki, and at the other one side we are seeing Abdurrahman Mohammed, all claiming and clinging to the leadership position of the PDP. We do not know, like the judgment Solomon gave to those women where they were told to divide the baby. How do you think the court will go this morning on this issue?
Well, it is an appeal that came from the lower court, from the High Court. The High Court had earlier decided in favor of the weaker faction of the PDP. But presently, both Makinde and the weaker faction, Makinde faction and the weaker faction, are all hoping that they will carry the day. The expectation is that whatever comes into being, when you said that the PDP might be further mad, no. You see, it is a judgment that will either favor any of the factions, and the factions will start from there to rebuild their own party because of the 2027 election. And
sorry if I may, are you seeing that whatever judgment that's entered into today will be the end of this fracas in the PDP?
It may not actually end. It may get to the Supreme Court finally. But when the court appeal this verdict, whoever the verdict moves to their side, they will continue to rebuild the party, their side of the party, for the elections, pending if the other faction will go to the Supreme Court for a further appeal. It will be, timely looked at. Remember, it's going to be on points of law. It's not going to start all over. So within the period in question, the Supreme Court will be able to come out with a verdict, and that will resolve finally whatever problem that's in PDP. But be it as it may, remember that Makinde on his own has high hopes. Wike on their own with his followers and factional members are with high hopes. Although we might not say the Wike, well, it's still a faction, since it is before a court of competent jurisdiction. So the court will finally decide on who should be should be recognized by Aneke, because it is about that. That will give room for who should present a candidate for the election. Otherwise, there will be no candidate from PDP for the election if this issue is not resolved on time. Remember that there's a time frame with which candidates should be submitted to INEC. So if this court case is not resolved in a good time for the PDP to prepare themselves for the election, they may not be ready for the election. So that is just the other side of the whole scenario. So our expectation is that they will hurriedly, resolve it, so that whichever side it is, the others may either opt out or join the same PDP and work towards rebuilding it.
All right, work towards rebuilding it. But if I may, those who, have offered that whichever side or whichever way the victory, the judgment goes, that this may be a pariah victory. Due to that line of argument, one, they argue if the Makinde factions finally comes out victorious by the ruling today, that they may not have the cooperation of the other party, and they won't be able to organize in the traditional manner that the PDP has known to, come out collectively to have a unified front. And if the Wike factions today are favored by the judgment of the appellate court, that in itself the Makides may not be, cooperative to toe the line of their leadership.
Well, all that is dependent on what and how they feel. The Makindes, if they wish to join another political party, it is open to them. What they will do is to resign from the PDP, because they had all been in the same one PDP before the factions. If eventually that the judgments do not favor any of the factions, the other faction may either join or move over to another political party to begin to seek for whatever vision they have for Nigeria. Because the political party has a vision. All political parties have their individual visions and their ideologies for Nigeria and what they intend to do for the people of Nigeria. And remember, like it is said always, that the politics is a struggle for power. So these political parties are all struggling to get power to administer Nigeria. And sometimes when these powers are given, it's either by fair or foul, because when I say fair or foul, Nigeria have not been devoid of getting power through foul means sometimes. So it's either you win power through a fair means or you win power through a foul means. The important thing is that if the court of the land finally says you have won, it remains like that, fair or foul. So many of the political parties now resort to the Machiavellian principle in seeking for elections. They believe that the end justifies the means, so they apply various things. And then more so, when you have the corrupt tendencies that are bound in all the sectors of our national life. So you find out that you certainly most often have these fair or foul means coming into whatever thing that we are doing.
All right.
Elections inclusive.
All right. Since we are still talking politics, let's quickly, step over to the Sun newspaper, where we are told that the APC governors are at war over the National Working Committee position, that the APC governors are really going at it over the NWC positions ahead of the 2026 National Convention. Are we really going to see implosion in APC? Are you part of the people that feel that, come on what may, that all interests may not align
Yes, you know, there may not, the implosion may work or may not work. But I'll tell you exactly how it's going to work and how it's not going to work. But what I want to tell you is that party, you must work very hard to get your interests achieved in a political party. So you must work very hard to make your your interest achieved in a political party. As such, you find out that whenever you are in any political party, it's about one, your personal interest before the collective interest of the members of the party. And as such, the APC governors are all interested in having their own candidates at the various positions so as to ensure that they get nominations for their second term, which is nomination ticket for their second term. And if they do not get nomination ticket for a second term, then it means the governor have lost. So you must work very hard to get this nomination immediately. And that's why the National Working Committee members are very crucial to many of the APC governors. And they are not agreeing because of you know, these governors want those persons that will, of course, help, you know, in ensuring that they get their tickets. If Mr. Governor A, Mr. Governor B, C, D, and then you go about 30 governors or 31 governors, they want tickets. And you have Mr. A, Mr. B as chairman and secretary of the national chairman and secretary of the party, because already they have done the state ESCO. They have already done that. They are not talking about the national. So people want their own persons to get very significant positions in the party at the national level. You know, so they either have the chairman of the party, the secretary of the party, the national youth leader, the national woman leader, and the national. So they want to get all these national positions to themselves. And if they do, that will enable them to have a say in the party and be able to do what they can, even in their own states, because there are, excuse me, there are some National Assembly, aspirants that are leaning on the governors, so that they will be able to actually have their own men, giving tickets for their for the candidacy of the party during the elections proper. So these are some of the interests that is driving their inability to actually agree on getting the National Working Committee well done. But that is politics for you. It's a game of interest. So see, the moment the interest, comes together, certainly they'll have a National Working Committee that will actually pilot the affairs of the APC, more so when they are all out to win the election landslide, given the fact that they have all the structures that is actually needed to win elections.
All right, that's quite interesting and quite apt. But let's quickly move over to the Vanguard newspaper, where we're discussing electricity. We have been told that how FG is 2.3 billion pounds.
Euro, please.
How 2.3 billion euros, got sunk into electricity projects. In fact, the headline aptly says how FG's 2.3 billion euros electricity project failed. And this is not the first time that issues around electricity is on the front border, making headlines. And I did ask you, for example, when one wants to bring it home, and you were telling me that you had uninterrupted power supply. to any Nigerian, they may be surprised to which part of Nigeria enjoys 247 power supply in this era, given the magnitude of amount, the humongous amount that has been put into the electricity. And Mr. Rice, I ask, what is the problem?
The problem is the government. The problem is our leadership. The problem is poor implementation. The problem is corruption. The problem is sabotage. Yeah, I can go on and on to reel out what the problems are. Excuse me. But I want to tell you that sinking 2.3 billion euros in electricity project is a humongous amount that has been designed to step up electricity supply to 25,000 megawatts in 2025, starting from 2020. And the country earmarked this money. And they were working with Siemens, a German company, to ensure the production, transmission, and of course distribution of electricity in Nigeria. But you find out that with this money sunk into the project, we have not seen anything. As we are talking, there are claims and counterclaims of the supply or the distribution level at 3,000 megawatts for 200 million Nigerians, or less than 3,000 megawatts. And the country has put in about 3.7 trillion, sorry, which is the 2.3 billion euros.
Yes.
You see, and Nigeria has put it in within this period. And before they put that in, the generation, transmission and distribution has been more than what presently we are transmitting and distributing. The generation is pegged at about 7,000 megawatts. They claim the distribution, the transmission pegged at 4,000 megawatts, and presently the distribution pegged at 3,000 megawatts. That's the information that we are given. But suppose we are generating that. The question is, what is the problem? The claims are that our transmission lines sometimes are vandalized, sometimes has some accidental problems, you know, a kind of natural disaster, wind, heavy rain, and all that. Sometimes the equipments are outdated or obsolete or not working and all that. So these are some of the problems that we are encountering. That is what they tell us is the problem. So how can they tell us that is the problem? When money is sunk into excuse me, electricity project with reckless abandon. So much money. If you give that money to one of the poorest countries in the world, in fact, we'll begin to see them generate as much as 50,000 megawatts. And Nigeria is talking about 7,000 megawatts. What are you going to do with that? If you want productivity, if you want development, what are you going to do with all that? There's nothing you can do with the level of money, the level of production. I mean, what are you going to do with the level of production you expect to happen in Nigeria, with the level of development you expect to happen in Nigeria? So What is the electricity that will drive these developments? There's no electricity. And of course, Nigeria, we are doomed if we do not have electricity in this country.
All right, thank you very much. There's no electricity. No, that's the short and cut and shortness of the matter, that we do not have power available, despite the humongous amount that's been voted into, generating electricity, into ensuring that Nigerians enjoy uninterrupted power supply. Thank you for those in-depth analysis on these issues, Mr. Rez.
And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite newspaper from your nearest vendor and catch the full details online.
All right, and moving on, we'll bring you the Sports Oracle for in-depth sports analysis.
All right, thank you very much, and good morning everyone watching. Thank you for joining. Well, a lot has happened on a lot of sorts over the weekend, but we'll start first with, as it is and as we used to do in the newspaper, what is happening in front of the newspaper headline, what is happening there. Now you would see that there is a news concerning Fulham around Iwobi. Iwobi, after being praised, after being brought out to scoring his goals, making a great round of impact in the Fulham team, they were not able to move to the next phase of their of the FA Cup. So now let's see what the newspaper is. Says Adams ends goal drought as Iwobi others suffer FA Cup heartbreak. And you will see down in F1, this one should be F3. It says Gochuku claims maiden Formula 3 race. Now we have one of the biggest news so far. This should be the first F1 Formula 1 sports event for 2026, where the Mercedes AMG George Russell won Australian Grand Prix. You will see it down there. I've been following F1 a lot these days, and there are lots of great things happening there. And I don't know who your favorite. Well, my favorite should be the one who went from AMG to Ferrari. I'm talking about not Max Verstappen, not Lando Norris of McLaren. I'm talking about the one who is in a relationship with one of the celebrities. I will not get to her, but let's just move on to what we're doing today. Liverpool, Arsenal get Hudson transfer boost. Then down there you see Chelsea plot Diouf hijack. Now I want to just point out this. Looking at up by the side, you see Madrid plot 100 million euro Tonali summer swoop. This Tonali, Manchester United played the game last week. Tonali bust the midfield. Man, you see what even was paying Manchester United fans 10 against 11, but they lost the game by just 2-1. Of course, they were having a 1-1 draw almost at the neck of time. They have to. One of the Nigerian guys had to score a. I won't call it a shot, but I will call it a round of applause kind of goal. That was what he scored that day. It was an amazing goal. So at the end of the day, we are seeing what is happening right now, and we are seeing that Tonali from Newcastle is being wanted by Madrid, and Manchester United too is going for Tonali too. But just because of that kind of performance, and also Manchester United being linked with every other team, you would see that there's nothing else that Man U can do now, because Madrid has entered the race too for Tonali. And looking at the budget for Tonali, is not someone you can just get at that kind of amount. Well, I think considering that Casemiro is going to leave Manchester United at the end of the season, Tonali could come in. If Manchester United could spend that kind of amount of money on Tonali, that would be amazing, and that would make a lot of sense. Now, moving on to the side of the news, where we have more Nigerians featuring in water sports. We have Tomori Happy Lukman didn't join Inter Milan. Tomori Happy Lukman didn't join Inter Milan. Lukman looks so fit, and he looks like the person who has that part of the remaining puzzle to fill in Atletico Madrid, and that is what this guy is doing. Lukman is so excellent, and I really love that. Now, moving at the next, we have Getafe plot Uche sale over Palace uncertainty. Getafe plot Uche sale over Palace on Saturday, Crystal Palace. Now we have Dele Bashiru, eyes Coppa Italian title. Dele Bashiru, eyes Coppa Italian title. Now we have Buffon backs Coyote's Italy switch. This Coyote, I saw this news and I read it and I was like, wow, what is really happening? This guy is a Nigerian and he is playing for his team over there. And something is he's playing for Brentford, of course. Now, Buffon is looking, Buffon is an Italian legend, Italian goalkeeper who had to be on the go for years for Juventus. He did a lot of great, I think he even scored in his lifetime as a goalkeeper. When I mean lifetime, I mean in the times he had to be at the goal. So now, Buffon now had to, link this guy to Italy, not Nigeria. And Nigerians are already, NFF is already coming for Coyote. They are already coming for Coyote. So that's why Buffon is pressuring or putting that Italian mentality so that they can also, present their offer to Coyote so that Coyote can go and play for Italian League. I don't really know what that is. He can play for the Italy national side. Yes, for the Italian national side. Sorry, not Italian League. Because one thing I am seeing is that I noticed this during the AFCON. A lot of things happened during the AFCON. When the players left their team for AFCON, there were lots of lapses in the play. This thing affected Premier League a lot. Then it affected some side of Spanish League, but it did not really affect Italian League because there's no much of our guys who are there, who are national, who were called back to Nigeria. But we're going to see what this Coyote matter is going to be at the coming days. We're going to see how it is going to be. All right. Now, moving on, we have some news that is not in sports. We have Botnik. Mbata leads Nigeria's Commonwealth Games. Mbata leads Nigeria's Commonwealth game. Then we have Pep gets 2-game ban. Pep Guardiola has been handed a 2-game match ban following his comments on the game that they just had. Now, seeing today's fixture, I'm still being around the newspaper headlines. Today's fixtures are there just by the side. You can grab your own copy. Now, I want to talk about Osimhen fires Liverpool warning as Barca eye striker. Now, this is the news around Osimhen being linked up with Liverpool and Barcelona also looking at Osimhen. I told you the other day that Osimhen is being valued currently at 80 million euros despite all his efforts. And I'm not going to be biased. I must tell you the truth that it is not something that we have to talk about. Because Osimhen, if Osimhen was someone who is not a Nigerian or someone from another side or who is not an African, you would see his asking price or his release clause going over to even, I'm sure it will be up to 200 or 150 million euros. And you now ask me, what is this guy bringing? What is he bringing to the team? If you watch the AFCON, he played one of the games, no, 2 of the games injured. Eric Chelle came out to say that he played the games injured. He played it injured. Osimhen is not someone that does not have passion when he's playing the game. He has the passion. He has what it takes. He has the mentality. I can tell you that we can link Osimhen's passion and mentality like the Cristiano Ronaldo passion and mentality. I think even though they are not on the same level right now, but I'm telling you the truth that Osimhen has that kind of mentality, and if Osimhen keeps up with what he's doing right now, he will reach that top. He will reach where Cristiano Ronaldo is. And I'm not going to flap about it because that's the truth. Keeping him at 80 million euros that price, I'm not sure that that money is enough. I'm sure that there could be more that could be done. But we're going to see what happens at the end of it because Liverpool are now coming for him, and also Barcelona are putting their eye where Osimhen is. So at the end of the day, Osimhen is going to make his choice of the club. Last season, Osimhen was linked to Chelsea. Osimhen was also linked to Manchester United. Same way, Wilfred Ndidi was also linked to Manchester United just at the beginning of this year, just immediately after the AFCON. So looking at these things, I think we are going to now start re-emphasizing the need that our players are good and they are doing well. If they will play and do their best, then they are very good. You know that we can even put Wilfred Ndidi by the side and put John Nickelobi by the side, even though both of them, they are not on the same level and they do not play in the same era, but both of them, we could see the similarities that when this one is on the field, Nigeria, the national team, our Super Eagles are more balanced, same with when Nickelobi was playing. Okay, so I think this is something that we need to really look into. But let's move over to the FA Cup. What happened over the weekend? What happened on Saturday and on Sunday? Basically on Sunday, because of course Saturday some games came on Saturday, some games also came on Sunday. Thanks to Fabrizio Romano for the graphics. We're talking about FA Cup now, and you're seeing Arsenal doing what they could do, and then moving to the next phase of the FA Cup, and that is something that we have to be proud about. They won their game. Madueke scored, and Eze scored, and that is what it could be. Even Chelsea won their game, and even Manchester City, even João Pedro scored, and even these guys really registered their game, and that is how it is going to be. I'll come your way same time, same station here on Aneke TV Sunrise. Thank you very much.
All right, quickly moving over to the Aneke TV business desk, where we'll bring you up to date on the business world. We begin this week on a knife edge as global markets and local interests converge in a high-stakes dance of numbers and nerves. While the Nigerian exchange closed Friday with a gain of 0.08%, pushing our year-to-date return past the 26% mark, the eyes of the world remain fixed on the Middle East, where Brent crude is testing the $94 barrier. Stay with us as we deconstruct what a risk of global sentiment means for the Naira, which held its ground at 1,393 Naira against the dollar, and we analyze the ripple effects of the OPL 245 resolution on our energy futures. From the floor of the Nigerian exchange to the boardrooms, we'll bring you the clarity you need to navigate Monday's opening bell. That's today's opening bell. And then let's quickly start with the Nigerian business landscape as at Friday, March 6, 2026, which reflects a phase of guarded optimism. Major structural reforms are beginning to stabilize the macroeconomy, though fiscal pressures remain a significant hurdle. Now, let's take a look at the stock market gains. The Nigerian exchange closed the week on a positive note. The all-share index ASI rose slightly by 0.08% to settle at 196,968.15 points. Yeah, we told you that year-to-date gains have reached an impressive 26.05%, driven largely by the industrial and oil and gas sectors. Looking at the energy sector, we call this the energy sector breakthrough. A major milestone was reached with the resolution of the OPL 245 rift. Officials expect this to swell oil output by 150,000 barrels per day, a critical boost for foreign exchange inflows and fiscal stability under the Petroleum Industry Act framework. And then moving over to the foreign investment, the Indian High Commission reported that Indian companies have now cumulatively invested $27 billion in Nigeria, highlighting sustained interest from emerging markets despite high domestic interest rates. And then we'll take a look at the aviation. The aviation industry over the weekend, the aviation expansion. The Ministry of Aviation announced the Made in Nigeria aircraft acquisition and the investment summit, signaling a push to bridge the capacity gap for a market projected to hit 25.7 million passengers by 2029. Now let's take a look at the macro indicators. For the week, inflation rate, can tell you is at the value of 15.10%. Making a 10th consecutive monthly decline, easing up over the weekend. Yes, and then when we look at the monetary policy rate, we can tell you that it stood at 26.50%. That means it held steady to combat core inflation. And when you look at the exchange rate over that week, you are seeing a stabilizing naira, which closed at 1,393 naira against the dollar. Then when you take a look at our foreign reserve, you see that the foreign reserve was at a 13-year high, 50.45 billion US dollars. Now let's quickly run to the Nigerian stock market for insight over Friday, and we can tell you that that the Nigerian equity market concluded the first week of March on a positive note, with the all-share index gaining 0.08%, as we told you, and then the year-to-date end returned to 26.5% as total market capitalization settled at 126.44 trillion naira. Trading activities remained robust with over 586 million shares valued at 30.64 billion naira exchanged in approximately 62,699 deals. And then let's quickly look at the top 5 gainers as at Friday, March 6th. I can tell you that when you look at the advanced chart, they are led by Etana. Etana is an oil stock which gained the maximum possible daily percentage as of Friday. And you remember that our insight is to help you navigate this new week, take important positions. And then we'll quickly run at this top 5 gainers led by Etana. Etana closed the book at 38 naira 50 kobo, making it a plus 10% change, and then that's a very big adjustment from that previous days to close at 42 naira 35 kobo. And when we look at Premier Pay that previously closed 13 naira 30 kobo on Thursday, it was able to close at 14 naira 60 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.77%. And we have Union Daikon closing at 16 naira 40 kobo, away from the 14 naira 95 kobo that it closed on the previous Thursday, equally positive of 9.70%. And then we have FTG Insurance, traded as FTG Insure, closing at 1 naira 49 kobo, making a positive 9.56% adjustment, away from the 1 naira 36 kobo that it closed on Thursday. And then the last on this list is John Holt. John Holt was able to move ahead from the 8 naira 65 kobo close on Thursday to close at 9 naira 45 kobo on Friday, making a positive adjustment of 9.25%. Let's quickly run to the losers chart, and here we're seeing the RT Briscoe led the decliners at the market breadth remained relatively balanced, as we had 35 gainers and 33 losers. RT Briscoe closed his book at 12 naira 6 kobo, making a negative dip of 10%. They are followed by a pharmaceutical stock which closed at 61 naira 50 kobo. That's Mikio. Mikio Pharmaceuticals closed his book at 61 naira 50 kobo, making a dip of 9.96%. And we're seeing Score closing his book at 34 naira 35 kobo, making a dip of 9.96%. And we're seeing ABC Transport Industry as well, making a dip of 9.96% to close his book at 6 naira 24 kobo. And then Beja is one of those stocks that lost on Friday, making a dip of 9.93% to close at 6 naira 65 kobo. Then when you take a look at the market breadth, the market activity here, we're seeing that the most traded stock by volume is First Holding Company, which traded around 43.9 million units of shares, and then with Access Holdings at 43.2 million units, and we had Zenith Bank at 40 point something million units of shares traded. And when you take a look at the sectorial performance, you will see that the industrial goods were able to gain a plus 1.20%, and at the energy sector made a positive adjustment of plus 0.19%. These indices saw growth, while the banking sector was in the dip of minus 0.11%, and will equally have the consumer goods at a minus 0.56%. These are the sectors that experienced light pushbacks. Let's quickly look at what the naira was as of Friday to enable us make informed decision on this new week. And we're looking at naira that experienced a slight depreciation against the US dollar and other major currencies during Friday's trading session, largely reflecting a cooling phase as the first full week of March concluded its rally. And then at the official market, we can say that the naira weakened slightly compared to Thursday close, and the naira closed at 1,393 naira 26 kobo against the US dollar. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, this represents a minor depreciation from Thursday's close of 1,387 naira 45 kobo. And then when we take a look at the volatility, you see that despite the daily slide, the market maintained a willing buyer, willing seller liquidity, with the intraday high touching 1,404 naira. Yes, and then when you quickly move, cross currency rates, you will see that against the British pound, the naira, made a minus 0.44% to close at 1,860 naira. 860 naira 10 kobo. Yes, and against the euro, the naira was able to hold its own at 1,612 naira 59 kobo, making a negative adjustment of around 0.20%. And then when you move at the parallel market or the street market or black market, depending on the one you choose to call it, you see that at the informal or black market remains closely aligned with the official window, signaling a significant reduction in speculative activity. At the exchange rate, the dollar traded between 1,395 naira and 1,405 naira in major hubs in Lagos and Abuja. And then when we take a look at the market spread, you see that the gap between the official and parallel market rates remain tight at approximately 1.5%, which is a healthy sign for currency stability. Now, the questions people may want to ask is why the naira is holding steady. There are several factors that are providing this enabling environment for the currency's value this month, and one of such is the foreign reserve. Yes, Nigeria's external reserve remained at a multi-year high, above 50 billion US dollars, giving the CBN room to smooth out volatility. Another factor here is inflation easing, with inflation on a 10-month downward trend, currently estimated at 15.10%. The pressure on the naira is gradually subsiding. And then when we move over to look at the oil output, you see increased production expectations from recent Lego resolutions are boosting market confidence in future forest inflows. Now, a quick recap of the Brent crude performance over the week. We can tell you that the Brent crude futures for May delivery settled at 93.32 dollar per barrel, a daily gain of 0.68%. Earlier in the session, the benchmark spiked to an intraday high of 94.64 dollar, the highest level since 2023. And then a quick look at the weekly performance. You see that this is capped a massive rally, with Brent gaining roughly 23% since late February. The surge has been driven by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, which is entered its second week, paralyzing nearly a fifth of the world's petroleum supply. And then when you look at the Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy gateway remains heavily disrupted. Tankers have been rerouted or remain stationary following attacks on vessels, leading to immediate supply tightness. Yes, and that is for the Brent. Then let's quickly run and give you our forecast for Monday so that you can know which positions to take. And on the equities momentum, we expect a cautious but positive opening. Investors are likely to rotate portfolio towards oil and gas sector, especially following the OPL 245 resolution. However, due to high interest rate at 26.5%, may contribute to pull some liquidity towards fixed income instruments. And then when we look at forex liquidity, with the external reserve at a decade high, the central bank is expected to maintain, its interventionist stance to keep the naira below the 1,400 against the dollar threshold. Business owners should look for continued stability in import costs. And then fiscal policy focus, you see that the government statement regarding, you just need to watch it, because we are looking forward to government statement regarding debt servicing, which currently consumes nearly 45% of projected revenue. Any updates on infrastructure spending could spark movements in the construction and manufacturing sectors. Yeah, so the summary here is that Nigeria has moved from crisis stabilization to a consolidation phase. The primary risk for the coming week remains the crowding out effect of high interest rates, on small and medium-sized enterprises. And then if we quickly run along to the global business landscape, we can tell you that for Monday, that's today, that it will be dominated by risk-off sentiment as markets grapple with the fallout of the escalating Middle East conflict. While the year began with a resilient growth outlook, the recent US-Israeli strikes on Iran have introduced a significant war premium into global trade. And then when we look at the energy, we see energy as the main anchor here, with the Strait of Hormuz, we told you, is effectively blocked. Brent crude is hovering near 94 to $95. Yes, and today being Monday, watch for whether this remains a temporary supply shock or if markets begin, pricing in a forever war scenario, which would push global inflation forecasts higher. Another factor to consider when making decisions today on investment is that we expect continued strength in the US dollar and gold. Investors are likely retreating from emerging markets and high risk equities, particularly around the Asia, towards the US treasuries as a hedge against geopolitical instability. And then when we take a look at inflation anxiety, the spotlight this week is on US CPI and PCE data. Forecasts suggest annual inflation could edge up to 2.5%. Any indication that energy prices are already leaking into core inflation will likely key holes for further interest cuts by the Federal Reserve. Yes, and that is it. And if you're asking for what to look out for in this week, take a look at shipping and logistics. With air traffic down and maritime routes paralyzed in the Gulf, global supply chain delays will begin to manifest in durable goods data. And then another issue to look at is the central bank rhetoric. Listening for speeches from the ECB and federal officials, the narrative is shifting from inflation is over back to preserving price stability amidst supply side shocks. And then another issue to look at is AI super cycle. Yes, despite the war, investment in AI remains a secular trend. Analysts expect AI-related earnings to remain, decoupled from broader macro gloom for now. And this, in summary, what we are telling you is that today, being Monday, is likely to be a wait-and-see section. If there are no signs of the escalation in the Middle East over the weekend, then the market fear index will likely spike, leading to a volatile opening across the Atlantic and Pacific. So, having given you this update, this will enable you to take a very good position, a defensive position, be that as it may, either the war de-escalates or escalate further, you know where to put your money. Yes, people are moving away, taking defensive position in the capital market, and with the little dip we're seeing doesn't mean that the market is not, a very good ground for people to cash out. People are still making money, people are cashing out. It's time to either take position on the, on the dip, yes, so that when there's a bullish run, you can begin to take your profit. Yes, people are taking that position right now. I will tell you that the Nigerian market is stable, is consolidating despite the whole shock from the Middle East crisis. It will rebound, and as we step into Monday, we've given you the factors to look at and then take your position. And that will be all on the Aneke TV Business Update. Yes, we'll still return your way tomorrow to give you in-depth analysis on the happenings in the market today to help you make informed decisions in the market moving forward.
And that's a wrap on this edition on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I am Gift Obodo.
All right, Mr. Reyes, it's a pleasure having you on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the wonderful opportunity to discuss today's newspapers.
All right, and Mr. Goodhope, thank you for that in-depth football analysis and the happenings around this sports world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, and I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here at Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you. Keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you political issues, topical headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, on The Insight, we'll look at the 2026 Nigeria's economic trajectory, upward or off track. 2026 was predicted to be Nigeria's make or break year. After the structural tremors of the last few years, we have arrived at a definitive reflection point, with GDP growth projected at 4.4% and the Naira finding its footing. The stabilization phase is officially over. We are now in the consolidation phase. Yet, beneath the surface of this recovery lies a tension between institutional optimism and household reality. Are we witnessing the birth of a new diversified Nigerian tiger, or are we merely seeing a temporary bounce in an oil-dependent basket case? Tonight, we dissect the trajectory. Nigeria 2026, upward bound or off track. And joining us this morning to give informed opinion on these issues is Chief Barrister Ogbonnaya Amos Okoro, a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. Barrister, it's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you very much. My pleasure too.
All right. Yeah. First of all, let's get your opinion on Nigerian economy, especially on the state of Nigerian economy.
Well, Nigerian economy is in a mix. In a mix because it suffered a huge shock in 2023 with the onset of Tinubu's administration, with the two pragmatic policies, economic policies introduced from day one, which is the removal of the fuel subsidy and the harmonization policy of the foreign exchange market. These two policies brought a huge shock in the economic hemisphere of Nigeria and brought excruciating suffering and hardship on the people. But then Nigerians were promised that it is good. You cannot break an egg without, you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs. That the savings from the subsidy removal will be deployed into other critical areas of the economy to make it stronger for the benefit of the entirety of Nigerians. That was the promise the country made. Now today, the question is, having suffered the shock in 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 should be a stabilizing year. Is the economy stabilizing, or is it still in shock? Is it in upward trajectory, or is it downward trajectory? So that is the question, and that is the subject of our discourse today. And my position is that it depends on the side of the divide you are.
Okay.
Economists or government apologists believe that these critical reforms introduced by the Tinubu administration in 2023 is actually pointing to an upward trajectory in economic recovery. That is to say that after the shock of 2023-2024, in 2025, Nigerian economy is looking upward and it has stabilized, and there are macroeconomic indications to prove that we are in upward, Nigerian economy is in upward growth. Then on the other side of the divide is the opposition voices. Opposition voices do not agree that Nigerian economy is on upward trajectory. Rather, they say it is in downward trajectory, because all that the government say about recovery of the economy, all that the IMF and World Bank forecasts about recovery of Nigerian economy is in paper. It does not reflect on the life of Nigerians. There is no improvement in public facilities. There is no improvement in government services. There is no improvement in general standard of living of the people. So my duty this morning is to go into these two divides and mirror their thoughts for the benefit of our viewers. And I must warn that I am not an economist. I'm just a lawyer, but a public affairs analyst. We analyze whatever touches the life of the public. whether for good or for bad. That is what we do. And so from the vantage point of a lawyer, I'll be looking at the economic trajectory of Nigeria using the macroeconomic indications we have seen, from economists and other analysts and even IMF, who try to review the economic situation of Nigeria, especially for the year 2025 and 2026, which they consider as a year of stabilization.
Yeah.
And this macro, first of all, I will take that of the government side, who believe that we are in upward trajectory, and that the two shocking economic policies introduced in 2023 have brought good dividend into the economy. And what are these macroeconomic indications? The first one, of course, is the GDP, gross domestic product. It is one of the macroeconomic indicators to gauge the performance, economic performance of a particular economy or a country. And the GDP growth of Nigeria has improved. The second quarter of 2025, Nigerian GDP was in 4.23%. In second quarter of last year, 4.23%. And analysts say that this is the fastest Nigeria has experienced in 4 years. In 4 years, 4.23% in GDP growth. That's a good indication, and it points to an upward growth or trajectory in Nigerian economy. The second factor is the IMF position on the economy of Nigeria. The IMF growth forecast for Nigerian economy for 2025 is at 4.2% growth rate. For 2025 was 3.9 growth rate, and from that 2025 to 2026 we have experienced a growth rate of 4.2%. So if you look at 3.9% last year and then 4.2 growth rate this year, it's about 3% growth rate, according to the IMF. So if that is the case, then that means Nigeria is proving strong in performance in area of services, especially non-oil sectors. It is the non-oil sector that has driven the economy to experience this kind of growth within just a short period of time between the second quarter of last year and this year. Another macroeconomic indicator is the revenue drive or physical position of the economy. Now, Nigeria has been operating for many years what we call federal revenue deficit for many years. Nigeria has not been able to meet its revenue targets, and that was why throughout the period of the 8 years of Buhari administration, Nigeria was borrowing to run its budget. So that is federal deficit in revenue. Now, that when Tinubu came in, this federal revenue deficit was at 5.4% in deficit, and now between 2023 and this 2025 last year, it has reduced to 2.6% of federal deficit. And of course, this means that there is improvement in revenue generation, there's improvement in meeting revenue targets, and the Tinubu did say last year that his administration had realized his revenue target. But unfortunately, the CBN governor Cardozo gave a different report in one of his public outings, which many in government circle decried, because he was able to say that the government did not meet its revenue target, and that was in clear, sharp contrast with what the president told the Nigerians, that his administration had exceeded its revenue target. So when we have such contract positions coming from government circles, it now fuels the trust deficit that Nigerians have in their government, whether or not government is telling them the truth about macroeconomic performance of our economy. So that was a very low point for the central bank governor to admit that the government was struggling with its internal revenue generation, which is in contraposition with what President Tinubu wants us to believe. The next macroeconomic indicator that shows that Nigeria is on upward swing is the foreign exchange reforms. Now, the foreign exchange reforms, which cancel what we had under Buhari, which was the harmonization of the foreign exchange and increase in oil production, has stabilized the foreign exchange sector of the economy. Now, we now see that between last year and this year, the Naira has gained some strength from $1,800 Naira to $1 that it was early last year to late last year, December, it dropped to 1,500 per dollar. It's a strong indicator that the economy is picking up. And why is it picking up? Because there is improvement in services, especially in non-oil sector of Nigerian economy. Nigeria is no longer dependent on oil. So there are also improvement in telecom sector, other known as like solid minerals and all that. So the harmonization of the foreign exchange policy, if we can sustain the improvement we have had in the strength of the Naira, and Nigeria continues to drop from that 1,500 to $1 that it was last year, December, then it means that we have sustained that small improvement in foreign exchange reforms. Now, another strong macroeconomic indicator to show how an economy is performing is in its foreign reserves. Now, Nigeria's foreign reserve has been in its high time low, but we see that it has grown to $41 billion. When Tinubu came into power in 2023, it was around $36 billion. But with the management of the economy, it stands at $41 billion. That's another improvement, another indicator that we are making progress. Now, industrial sector. The government believe that they are doing very well in the industrial sector. That industrial sector is having a rebound. Nigerians are yet to see this in reality, but of course this rebound in Nigerian industrial sector show that as at the second quarter of last year, that we have gained 20.46% in the industrial sector. If this is true, that means there's progress. But then there's a problem with the government of Nigeria and its people, and that is what I call trust deficit. The people of Nigeria don't believe their government because the government is fond of feeding them with falsehood. When things are bad, they say it is good. And that now takes us to the next trajectory, which is the downward trajectory, which is the way of the opposition. Or some of us analysts, we believe that everything that the government says is performance or achievement in the economy, we need to see it reflect in the living standard of the people, in the provision of public services. And this public service we are talking about, let's take for instance the electricity sector. What improvement has government done in the electricity sector? Because it is this sector that drives small and medium scale enterprises, and it is small and medium scale enterprises that drives any economy. In the United States, it is small and medium scale. In India, in China, small cottage industries, manufacturing, small manufacturing plants, and you have here and there that drive the economy. Now, what is the fate of medium and small scale industries in Nigeria? You can see that they are struggling to survive because there is no electricity in Nigeria. This has been a major problem that have been driving down the economy of Nigeria. Lack of energy, lack of electricity. So that industries, factories depend on power, on their own power generation to be able to drive their industries, to be able to drive their factories. And this, of course, increases, doubles or multiplies the cost of production, which is passed over to the end consumers, and that is the cause of inflation. So the major macroeconomic indicator that points to downward spiral is inflation. Inflation in Nigeria has continued to be uncontrollable by government. Why? Because the twin policy of removal of fuel subsidy, of harmonization of the forex, liberalization of the forex market, have brought a lot of shock. In the transport sector, transportation has more than tripled because of the cost of fuel, cost of diesel has made every material, be it raw material or finished goods, transporting it from one point to another. The overall cost has made inflation to skyrocket, and the government is not doing anything about it. No matter what I have read out as macroeconomic indicators that is pointing to the recovery of the economy, the mere fact that inflation has continued to be on high, that is, Nigeria has not been able to control inflation. The prices of goods and services have continued to be on the rise. This is the reason why whatever we have gained in the economy, the macroeconomic indicators have proven to be zero in reality. Every household has continued to experience the shock they had in 2023 because the cost of transportation, even for civil servants who must go to work every day, have increased, making nonsense of the little they get as salary at the end of the day. So inflation remains a very critical factor that the government needs to tackle. And tackling inflation, you cannot tackle the inflation by giving executive orders or by directing marketers to lower their prices, because you cannot direct marketers to lower their prices if you don't create an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to bring in their goods and services at low cost. If they don't have constant energy to drive the industries and factories, you cannot tell them to lower their prices, because all this adds up to the cost of these goods and services, and the ultimate victim is the Nigerian consumers. So that is one indicator that has made nonsense of government projection about success in the economic policies. Another one is standard of living. You cannot have a standard of living when people cannot afford to pay their rent. Now, when the forex was liberalized and naira skyrocketed to up to 1,800 per dollar, it made nonsense of whatever we are doing in the country, because it affected we are an import dependent country to start with. Every good that's imported, even the phones we use are imported. You now see that the prices of these goods were tripled, sometimes quadrupled, because of the cost of importation. High forex, high cost of dollar to the naira has made importers to feel a lot of pain and a lot of shock in their business. And what do? They pass this thing over to the end consumers. And that is why you see even the ream of paper we use in our offices, in government offices, in schools, have all hit the roof. Even the school books, stationaries that we need in schools, have all hit the roof. This has brought attendant increase in school fees. Now, when landlords pay a lot of money to put their children in school, will landlords pay a lot of money to put food on their table? What do? They increase their rent. And that is responsible for the high rent we experience across the country. That is a very sharp, another sharp indication that our economy is not recovering at all. The third point is high debt servicing. This government inherited a huge foreign debt by the former administration of General Buhari, over $80 billion in debts. Now, what we expected this government to do from day one was to cut down on government expenditure, to cut down on government and the cost of running government. But rather than do that, the government continued to indulge in ostentatious living, showy display of wealth. And now it takes a lot of money to fund this lavish lifestyle by our government officials, starting from the president. Look at the amount of money that was used to refurbish the house of the vice president. Look at the amount of money that was used to buy cars for the office of the wife of the president that is not recognized anywhere in Nigerian constitution. There is no law in Nigeria that recognizes the office of the president or the office of the government. But look at the amount of money, billions of naira budgeted to buy cars to run the office of the wife of the president. Look at the amount of money used to buy new vehicles for those in the National Assembly. These are areas of leakages that the government should have been careful to manage. Because when you know that you are running on debts, you do not go ahead to run business as usual, spending scarce resources on consumables. So that is where government has not done very well. And that has also affected the cost of living. Because when government borrows to run its budget, it exactly there's failure in expectation of the people, there's failure in delivering government policies. And that is why you see that now government has made a lot of mistakes in its policies. In Nigeria, most of the problems we have are bad internal roads. There's no state in Nigeria that has good interstate roads. None. Now, if you not run on Nigerian roads, you see that it brings a lot of hardship to road users. What does the country do? Instead of revamping our roads to be in a good state, they are now embarking on White Elephant project, building coastal road to nowhere that consumed a lot of money, billions, even trillions of naira. Coastal road from Lagos to Calabar, coastal road from Abuja to Sokoto. For what reason? When there are existing interstate roads, the government can easily make motorable and ease the cost of transportation and ease the inconvenience that motorists and commuters experience in Nigeria. So the cost of living in Nigeria has continued to be in crisis, and all the macroeconomic indicators about recovery and the upward growth of Nigerian economy is not reflecting on the standard of living of Nigerian people, because public facilities like electricity, good roads, water and all that is not there. Now look at, there's hardly any city you go to in this country that Nigerians get pipe-borne water. So what it means that for you to run your household successfully, you have to generate your own power, so that when public power fails, you own your generator. You have to generate your own water. You have to have your own borehole, or you have to go miles and miles away to buy water from those who have borehole. Now you have to provide your own security, because security is another serious issue in Nigeria that has made nonsense of whatever growth we have made in our economy. Look at those in Benue State, in northwest, northeast Nigerians, where some of the food that we eat in southern Nigeria come from. Farmers can no longer go to their farm because of Boko Haram, because of ISIS, because of ISWAP. All manner of Islamic extremists have driven people from their ancestral homes, driven Nigeria from their farms. Nigerians are living in IDP camp in their own country. How can we now get food sufficiency when farmers cannot go to their farm safely, when people cannot be in their homes? And government does not appear to be doing much in tackling this insecurity situation. Government is trying, but the problem with government is that the military is infiltrated by these extremists. The Buhari government had this policy of rebranding the terrorists, and recruiting them into the army. They say they have radicalized them. Having radicalized them, you now put into the Nigerian army, and that's when we started hearing about ambush. When Nigerian army is going for an assignment, they are ambushed here or ambushed there, which bring a lot of fatalities to our brave soldiers. So this issue of high cost of living, high inflation, another macroeconomic factor, downward factor, is high debt servicing, like I've already mentioned, because we inherited so much debt from the past administration, and we are still borrowing to service these high debts. Is really taking so much from government, and there's a lot of structural vulnerabilities that make it difficult for Nigerians to believe that we are making progress in this country.
All right, thank you very much. You've spoken quite eloquently to these issues, but I want to ask, we've given the projection of CBN, which has claimed or projected 4.49 GDP growth for 2026. But one thing that is obvious here, despite the 2025 4.07%, what I'm asking is, how do we begin to make this impact the people that you spoke about? How do we bring it home so that the average man on the street will feel the impact of this growth in their pocket? What do we advise government? Because obviously there is something that is not right here. If the growth is on paper and is not reflecting in the life of the people, then something is rightly wrong here.
Good. One factor that can make this growth on paper to reflect in the life of Nigerians is for government to be sincere to themselves.
Sincerity?
Sincerity in government. There's no sincerity. A lot of corruption is still going on in this government. Many government officials are diverting money meant for development to private pockets.
Allegedly?
Allegedly. Many. Even money budgeted for welfare is being diverted and nothing happens. There's no consequence for embezzlement of public fund. And so government has to be sincere to itself. There's what we call fiscal discipline. No economy can survive without fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline means that government has to be circumspect the way they spend public money. Why should government spend over 300 billion naira to buy to refurbish presidential aircraft? The number of aircraft we have in the presidential fleet is enough to solve the energy problem we have in this country, and we continue to spend billions of naira to maintain them monthly. So first of all is for government to cut down on its expenses, then check corruption. And then government has to look into why the removal of fuel subsidy has not brought to Nigerian people the needed dividend. Why? Because what we got as a dividend or savings from removal of fuel subsidy is not being managed well. The government shares it among 36 governors. These governors are political vampires that are responsible for the downward spiral of our economy because they don't deploy this money. What distribution of this money has done is to increase corruption among state governments, because there's no state government that is doing anything new. There's no state government that is bringing new or better developmental strides in the states. So we ask, where is this money going to? The federal government should have done better by amassing this money together to use it to fight aggressively critical areas of the economy. Take for instance the energy sector. We cannot talk about growth in our economy realistically if the energy sector is not tackled.
If the energy sector is not
tackled, you cannot talk about, because like I said, what drives the economy of any state is medium and small scale enterprises. The tailors, the artisans who need power to do their work.
But if I may, sorry to cut you short, we'll talk about the artisans in Nigeria, the common masses, and you rightly said that without tackling the power sector, there's nothing to discuss about the economy moving forward. But let me ask, why is it that the conglomerates in Nigeria continue to thrive? MTN, for example, posted a very good result. Likewise, many other companies, and they continue to thrive, while the individual in Nigeria doesn't seem to thrive. The artisans that you speak of.
MTN is not doing better than NNPC. But the difference is corruption. MTN is a South African company. It's coming from a strong economy, and it has a responsible leadership. Being a private sector, they manage their resources better. You can't steal the money of MTN without being discovered. And when you are discovered, there are consequences. So, if you compare this to government, like NNPC, over the years, NNPC has refused to post any profit from the oil they have been selling over the years. Why? Because the corruption in NNPC feeds the government. Now, at every election cycle, like we're coming for 2027 now, you see the corrupt officials at NNPC funding government campaigns. And so because of this, they are shielded from investigation. There's nothing the government does about the corruption in NNPC. Now, if there's nothing that government does about corruption in these sectors, how can that sector make progress? So the difference is corruption. Nigeria has not been able to tackle the energy sector because of corruption. There are businessmen and public officials, politicians who are interested in Nigerian energy sector not working because they benefit from the rot. How many times, how many billions of successive government from Obasanjo regime, hundreds of billions of naira go down the drain in the name of revamping the energy sector. Under Tinubu, this year alone, how many times has the national grid collapsed? How many times? And has the government taken any proactive step to avoid the next collapse? Government has not. Now, under President Jonathan tried to tackle the issue of NEPA. And what he thought was feasible was to unbundle NEPA to PSCN, and then later they organized it into regional energy distribution companies. And you handed these distribution companies to the same businessmen who are not interested in the survival of this country. The same businessmen who are benefiting from the rot in the system. Those are the people you handed over this energy distribution. And what is that consequence? No progress.
No progress.
No progress. From EEDC to a Crow Distribution Company to Kaduna Distribution Company to Wari Distribution, all of them, there's no progress. There's no part of Nigeria you go to today that you see constant power supply. Why? Because the Jonathan program has failed. Because the idea of unbundling NEPA was a good one. But how can you unbundle NEPA and you take it to the hands of ravenous businessmen, ravenous politicians who are not interested in making the energy sector work, who have been benefiting from the collapsed energy sector? Those are the people you handed over the energy sector to. That is why the Jonathan program failed to revamp the energy. And now, successive governments have not seen the need to take a pragmatic step to solve the energy problem. Now, what does it take? Nigeria, if it's a serious country, could easily go to Egypt and find out why Egypt is having uninterrupted power supply. Nigeria can go to a small country, Rwanda. I met a Rwandan in the United States in 2014 when we had a program in University of Rhode Island. I was in the program, a Rwandan, a Ghanaian, some other African countries. And one professor came from Atlanta to take us on one of the courses, and we made introductions as participants in the program. And when I introduced myself as coming from Nigeria, he laughed and now used Nigeria as a topic for the day, talking about energy sector. He said that it was Nigeria that made China a giant, an economic giant of the world today. It's Nigeria that make China about to overtake America in macroeconomic indices or indicators. He gave examples. He said that in Nigeria, everybody, businessman, civil servant, student, worker, that they have generators like a portfolio. That when you want to go to your shop, you pick the portfolio. When you go to your shop, you open the portfolio and start it. And the power you will use for the day is generated from that small portfolio. And when you close for the day, you close the portfolio and now take it to your house. Then you on it again in your house to power your generator. That all these portfolio energy supplies are coming from China. He now asked me pointedly, why is it that my government is not interested in making power available to my country? You know what happened? Kigali, who was just sitting next to me, asked me from Rwanda, asked me, Amos, is it true? I said, will you shut up? Even you coming from Rwanda, which is this even Rwanda. He said, yes. I said, you people are just coming back from a very torturous civil war. He said, yes, even during the civil war, they had constant power supply. That as a civil war happened when he was just a small boy. Then his mother took him to the next country, escaped to the next country. When they came back at the end of the war, there was still power supply. It was not disrupted. Why is my own country that is not at war not having constant supply? Right. I was ashamed. So you see that the first test of a serious nation is in energy. And that we have failed it over the years by not tackling it headlong. Stubborn problem deserves stubborn solution. If it means bringing in Egyptians or Germans to come here and manage it and give us what we need to make our power supply constant, to drive our macroeconomic sector, then let it be. Drop Nigerians and bring in expatriates. Because the money we have been wasting on civil servants and politicians who promised to make the energy, if you are, every time you appoint an energy minister, he will say he will solve the problem in 2 years. Tinubu in 2023 said he will solve the problem in 2 years. He said if you didn't give us constant energy supply, constant power supply, that we should not vote in for second term. Has he given us power supply now? What we are experiencing under Tinubu is collapse of national grid. And he's not talking about his promise, so he doesn't even remember it again. He's preparing to use it again to campaign for second term.
Yes, there's still time before the election.
Yes, which time?
There's still time before the election.
You see, the problem with Nigeria is that we do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
All right, we'll do the same thing over and over again and expect a different
result. Only a madman does that.
All right, Barrister, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe these issues.
Okay.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the love.
Many thanks for still staying with us on The Insight, and we've been discussing with Chief Barrister Ogbonnaya Amos Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, and we'll be looking at the 2026, the trajectory of the Nigerian economy, the upward movement or off track. And Barrister, yes, you've spoken eloquently to these issues, but bringing it home a bit, I dare risk to ask, you spoke about the power sector that is perpetually undergoing reform or rehabilitation from rhetoric, promises and all that. And then I ask, is there any need to still talk about the Nigerian economy when you've rightly said that without power, then there is no hope, especially for medium MSMEs in Nigeria?
Yes. Without a strong MSE, medium and small scale enterprises, our economy will continue to run around the circle. We continue to deceive ourselves that we are making progress.
Alright, but
that's the way I see it.
If I may interject, that means these numbers that we are seeing, we are told by the CBN they are projecting 4.49 GDP growth in this 2026.
Yes.
When you talk about the IMF, the IMF upgraded 4.4% forecast, citing investors' confidence in Nigeria, and they are saying that the Nigerian economy is doing well, and by the numbers that we are getting, is even close to that of the US in this period, and better than even Brazil compared. And I ask, these numbers, are we saying that these are just figures? They are not relative to what the reality on ground?
Exactly. And that is the problem Nigeria has with its government. These numbers floated or bandied about by IMF and some pro-government economists confuse the government to think that they are doing well. A true reflection of a good economy is in the welfare of the people. And even under the 1999 constitution, the primary reason for government is the welfare and security of the people. And this government have failed in the two indices, welfare and security. Nigerians don't have welfare from government. The only thing the Nigerians benefited from his government was fuel subsidy, and possibly the subsidy from electricity supply. Now all these have been removed. So what is Nigerians benefiting from government? Zero. And upon that, the government is now taxing the people the more. Now, when the fuel subsidy was removed, we were told it will bring something better. Now this is the third year, and we haven't seen anything better. The fuel has not, well, has come down marginally, but the marginal drop in the fuel cost of fuel has not reflected in the cost of transportation. The cost of transportation is still very high. The cost of air traffic is still very high. So you see that the only thing that Nigeria was benefiting from his government has been removed from the Nigerians. And I will go to electricity. The little subsidy Nigerians were enjoying in electricity was removed by this government when they increased the electricity tariff. And they deceived Nigerians and said, don't worry, those who are living in poor neighborhoods, it will not affect you. We have divided the whole country into band A, band B, band C. This reform is only for band A. Those in band B and B, they will not see the increase. Nigeria believed their government. And those in band A, which is usually normally the industrial sectors, industrial zones of the country, were paying heavily for electricity, and those in bands B and band C were paying less. As soon as the people of Nigeria relaxed and came to terms with that policy, the whole of band A, band B and band C have been subsumed into one. There's no difference now in any band, whether you are band A. Go and buy electricity of 1,000 naira if you have prepaid, and know the unit that it will give you. Do the same thing in band A. You see that the government deceives its people. Government deceives its people. What they want to do, embark on a very unpopular policy. They make promises that they cannot keep. They make promises that are not realistic, and the government and the people of Nigeria, having little choice over the matter, believes their government. But in the end, it turned out to be a deceit. Where is band A and band B today? So that is another deceit that the government has done to its people, and that is what I'm talking about. Trust deficit.
Yes.
Nigerians don't believe their government because they don't tell the truth.
All right. I'm receiving signals to time, but before I let you go, I know you've spoken to this trust deficit in Nigeria. Let me get your projection for the economy 2026 and a little advice there.
The projection is that it is difficult to sustain the growth we have made because this is election year. And this election year, the present government of Tinubu is poised to run for second term and win by fire, by force.
And that's not good for the economy?
It's not good for the economy. That means the little macroeconomic indicator we have seen will be wiped out. because money meant for other critical sectors will now be moved into the area of campaign, because the only way they believe they can win is through vote buying, and that vote buying will wipe out the little macroeconomic gain we have made in the economy. So I advise the government to separate the economy from politics and to allow to run the campaign fairly. It's not every year you continue to buy Nigerians with bags of rice, Indomie and the rest of them. It's not what Nigeria needs. What Nigeria needs is a good government. If you give us good government, you don't even need to campaign. So they should be careful with the little gain we have made. They should sustain it. Naira is at 1,500, which I expect that towards the end of the year, Naira should drop further to 1,200 or 1,300. That is to show that there's sustenance. But if they begin to distribute dollars again in their primary elections like they did in 2023, you can imagine what will happen.
All right, that's much we can take for today on the insight, and our guests have spoken to the trust deficit draining the Nigerian economy, and we'll be speaking to Chief Barrister Bonaya Amos Okoro, a legal practitioner, a public affairs analyst, and I dare say and a specialized economic analyst. Barrister, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on the insight.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
It's my pleasure.
All right, to come away center, I still remain your host Uche Osai. Bye bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters. Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God. I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Goodhope Chukuma. Headlines. Fire outbreak affects section of office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation in Abuja. River State House of Assembly begins screening of commissioner nominees. Lagos State government replaces faulty streetlights to improve highway security. Details of the news. A fire outbreak has affected a section of the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation complex in Abuja. The incident occurred on Monday morning, drawing the attention of staff and emergency responders within the administrative facility. Eyewitnesses say the fire was first noticed at about 8:20 a.m. when thick smoke began blowing from one part of the structure, prompting workers in the building to quickly evacuate the affected area for safety. The incident was reported to have occurred at Section C of the complex, where emergency responders were immediately alerted to contain the situation and prevent the fire from spreading to other parts of the building. Officials of the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation confirmed the incident, stating that the fire was confined to Section C and that emergency services were already on ground. The exact cause of the outbreak is yet to be determined, as investigations are expected to commence after the situation is fully brought under control. The police command in Ondo State says it has arrested 99 suspects during a coordinated security operation carried out across different parts of the state. Spokesperson of the command, Deputy Superintendent of Police Abayomi Jimo, disclosed this in a statement issued to journalists in Akure, the state capital. According to the statement, the operation was conducted jointly by the Ondo State Police Command, the 32 Brigade Artillery of the Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in Ondo State. Commissioner of Police in the state, Adebowale Lawal, commended the participating security agencies for their professionalism and cooperation, noting that sustained interagency collaboration remains vital in the ongoing fight against crime and criminality. Authorities in Borno State are investigating reports that hundreds of residents in Goshe community in Goza local government area are missing following an attack by insurgents. Local sources say the attack occurred on March 4th, when armed fighters stormed the community, forcing many residents to flee while others were reportedly taken away during the assault. The Borno State government says efforts are ongoing to verify the exact number of persons affected. The security agencies continue operations in the area to restore stability. Meanwhile, Senator Aline Dume, who represents the affected region, has called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to establish a dedicated security situation room at the presidential villa to strengthen coordination in the fight against insurgency. The Police Service Commission has dismissed allegations that senior police officers paid money to secure promotions within the Nigerian police force. The commission was reacting to reports claiming that some chief superintendents of police allegedly paid 5 million naira each to be elevated to the rank of Assistant Commissioner of Police. In a statement, the commission described the report as misleading and maintained that promotions within the force follow established procedures and are based on merit, available vacancies, and professional evaluation. The commission further explained that while the Inspector General of Police recommends officers for promotion, the final approval rests with the Police Service Commission, which reaffirmed its commitment to transparency and due process. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rewan Disu, has approved the appointment of Deputy Commissioner of Police Anthony Okon Placid as the new Force Public Relations Officer. DCP Antonio Okon Placid is an experienced officer of the Nigerian Police Force with professional background in administration, operations, intelligence, training, and international peacekeeping assignments. Born on December 2, 1970 in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, he holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Geography and Regional Planning from the University of Uyo and a Master's degree in Law and Diplomacy from the University of Jos. The new Force Public Relations Officer was enlisted into the Nigerian Police Force as the Cadet Assistant Superintendent of Police at the Police Academy, Kano, in 1996 and has served in several strategic capabilities both within Nigeria and international peacekeeping missions. The Nigerian Labour Congress has raised concerns over alleged financial irregularities in the operations of the Transmission Company of Nigeria. In a letter addressed to the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, the president of the NLC, Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, called for an investigation into certain emergency procurement activities within the company. The Labour Union alleged that some refurbishment projects classified as emergency works may have bypassed standard procurement procedures and could lead to questionable spending. The NLC therefore called for the suspension of ongoing emergency procurement pending a comprehensive forensic audit, urging the federal government to ensure transparency and accountability in management of the nation's power infrastructure. Residents of Surulere and Amikanle communities in Lagos State has raised concerns over the demolition of several residential buildings alleged carried out by suspected land grabbers. Community sources say about 50 structures were affected during the incident, which reportedly began in late January and has left several families displaced. Residents allege that the individuals behind the demolitions demanded large sums of money from property owners before carrying out the destruction of the buildings. Stakeholders in the real estate sector are now calling for stronger regulatory oversight and improved land documentation systems to protect property owners and strengthen investor confidence in the sector. The Kebbi state government has cautioned religious leaders against delivering sermons capable of inciting public resentment or creating tension within the state. Commissioner for Religious Affairs, Muhammad Sani Aliyu, gave the warning while addressing journalists in Brain Kebbi. He urged clerics to focus on spiritual guidance and avoid statements that could generate unnecessary political controversy and undermine social harmony. The commissioner also highlighted government initiatives aimed at strengthening religious institutions in the state, including support for the Zakat and Waqf Board, the Preaching Board, and the Hizbah Commission. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has warned companies against the discharge of untreated industrial waste into the Aba River. Speaking at Government House Umuahia, the governor described the practice as harmful to the environment and dangerous to residents who depend on the river for domestic use. He said the state government has already engaged some companies over the waste disposal practices and warned that strict sanctions will be imposed on violators. Governor Oti added that the government plans to dredge the Aba River as part of broader efforts to restore the waterway and improve environmental sustainability in the state. Members of the Rivers State House of Assembly have commenced the screening of the commissioner nominees submitted by Governor Siminalayi Fubara. 9 nominees appeared before the lawmakers at about 10 a.m. on Monday for the legislative exercise. The nominees include Datonye Alasia, Tonye Belgam, Tempo Nwafo, Peters Nwago, Mrs. Charity Dimwa, Tamuno Williams, Lekwe Kenneth, Otonye TKD Amatre, and Amaira Hart. The screening process is part of the constitutional responsibility of the Assembly to assess the competence and suitability of nominees before confirming their appointments into State Executive Council. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Fire outbreak reported at section of Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation in Abuja. River State House of Assembly commences screening of commissioner nominees. Coming up shortly, Lagos State government replaces faulty streetlights to boost highway security. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has intensified efforts to improve public safety through the ongoing Light Up Lagos project aimed at upgrading street lighting infrastructure across the state. The project involves the replacement of obsolete and faulty street light fittings with modern lighting systems across major roads on both the Lagos mainland and island. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the initiative is designed to enhance visibility and improve security, particularly for commuters and residents who travel during late night and early morning hours. The state government explained that the program will continue to expand across major highways and inner roads as part of broader effort to strengthen urban safety and improve mobility within the state. The Kwara state government has commenced a technical training program to supervise the rehabilitation of 898 public junior and senior secondary schools across the state. The initiative is being implemented under the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, Agile project, with the deployment of civil engineers, architects, and quantity surveyors to oversee the renovation process. Commissioner for Education Dr. Lawa Oluhumbege said the program forms part of the administration's commitment to improving access to quality education and strengthening school infrastructure. The project, supported by the World Bank, will also provide water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities alongside digital literacy programs and life skills training aimed at supporting adolescent girls and improving the learning environment. Operatives of the State Security Service has arrested 2 suspected members of the armed separatist groups during a security operation in Enugu State. The suspects, identified as Sebastian Odam and Ejike Daniel, were apprehended during coordinated raids carried out in Hamufu and Umuhu communities following intelligence reports on criminal activities in the area. Security authorities say the arrests form part of ongoing operations aimed at addressing violent attacks that have affected communities within the region in recent years. The suspects are currently in custody while investigations continue, with officials indicating that they will be charged to court upon the conclusion of preliminary inquiries. Now in the business, the federal government has launched a 10 billion naira sugar project acceleration fund to support the development of domestic sugar production. The initiative is a partnership between the National Sugar Development Council and the Bank of Industry designed to support early-stage agricultural and industrial sugar projects. Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council, Kamal Bakrin, explained that the fund will assist project developers with technical preparation, feasibility studies, and financial structuring. Officials say the program aims to strengthen Nigeria's sugar value chain by developing credible projects capable of attracting long-term investment and improving local production capacity. The British pound opened the trading week stronger against the Nigerian naira on Monday in the Nigerian foreign exchange market. Market data shows the naira opening at about 1,846 naira to the pound during early trading before experiencing moderate fluctuations during the session. Analysts attribute the movement partly to global demand for major currencies and seasonal increases in remittances related transmissions. In the parallel market, the pound was reported to be trading within the range of approximately 1,865 to 1,880 naira, reflecting a slight higher rate than the official market window. The Nigerian naira recorded a slight depreciation against the United States dollar at the start of the week in the Nigerian foreign exchange market. Trading data indicates that the naira opened at about 1,384 naira to the dollar before easing to around 1,391 naira during the morning trading sessions. Currency analysts say the movement reflects routine market adjustment as corporate demand for foreign exchange increases at the beginning of the new trading period. In the parallel market, the dollar was exchanged within the range of approximately 1,400 to 1,410 naira across major trading centers. NEM Insurance PLC has encouraged Nigerian women entrepreneurs to strengthen the structure and sustainability of their businesses. Managing Director of the company, Andrew Ikehua, made the call during the 2026 She Means Business Award ceremony held in Lagos. Ikehua emphasized the importance of adopting professional management practices and risk management strategies to enable small businesses grow into sustainable enterprises. At the event, 3 entrepreneurs operating in the perfume, footwear and fashion sectors received grants of 250,000 naira each to support expansion of their businesses. And now in sports, Nigerian forward Victor Osimhen has continued his impressive form for Turkish side Galatasaray ahead of the upcoming UEFA Champions League fixture. The striker scored the decisive goal in Galatasaray's 1-0 victory over Besiktas in an Istanbul League derby played at the weekend. The goal marked his 11th league strike of the season and extended his run of consistent goal contributions for the club. Osimhen is expected to play a key role for Galatasaray as they prepare for their Champions League round of 16 encounter against English side Liverpool. Still in sports, Super Eagles midfielder Fisayo Dele-Bashiru says he is focused on helping Italian club Lazio compete strongly in the Coppa Italia competition. The Nigerian international recently scored in Lazio's 2-2 draw against Atlanta as the club continues its domestic campaign. Dele-Bashiru acknowledged that injuries and international commitments made the season challenging but expressed optimism about finishing the campaign strongly. The midfielder also credited Lazio head coach Maurizio Sarri for his guidance as he works to regain regular playing time in the team's starting lineup. Now in entertainment, veteran Nollywood actor Dele Odule has shared reflections on personal relationships and loyalty in a message posted on his social media platforms. The Yoruba film star emphasized the importance of mutual respect in relationships, stating that he values individuals who reciprocate support and sincerity. Odule noted that he prefers to distance himself from situations where respect and appreciations are not entertained. The actor also used the message to encourage personal growth and self-worth, stressing the importance of protecting one's peace and emotional well-being. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. A fire has broken out of Section C of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation complex in Abuja. Staff quickly evacuated the area as emergency responders were deployed to contain the blaze. Officials confirmed the incident and said investigations into the cause will begin once the situation is fully under control. The Rivers State House of Assembly has commenced the screening of commissioner nominees submitted by Governor Siminalali Fubara. 9 nominees, including Datonye Alasia, Tonye Belgam, Tempo Nwofo, and Mrs. Charity Demua, appeared before lawmakers as part of constitutional exercise to assess their competence and suitability for confirmation. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has directed the replacement of 40 streetlights under the Light Up Lagos project. The initiative targets major roads across the Lagos mainland and island to improve visibility, boost security for commuters, and enhance mobility across the state. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness news report, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masawa and the entire news team, and Good Hope Chukuma, thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Nigeria's march towards the 2027 general elections is more than a routine democratic cycle. It is shaping up to be a defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers, Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, the 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain. compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risk strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate, reflecting enduring tensions within Nigeria's political architecture. Underlining these dynamics are structural challenges. Despite technological improvements, skepticism regarding result collection, judicial outcomes, and political interference persists. Perception gaps can be as destabilizing as actual irregularities. The influence of money in politics remains deeply corrosive, while identity-based polarization continues to shape electoral alignments, sometimes transforming competition into conflict. Technology itself presents a paradox. While enhancing transparency, it introduces vulnerabilities, system failures, cybersecurity threats, and the rapid spread of misinformation. Meanwhile, the increasing judicialization of elections, though constitutionally grounded, can erode public confidence if perceived as inconsistent or politicized. Voter apathy, driven by cynicism and distrust, poses an additional threat to participatory legitimacy. Strengthening democratic resilience requires a multi-layered response. Electoral credibility depends fundamentally on institutional dependence, transparency, and operational reliability. Campaign finance enforcement must become more robust to curb undue influence. Electoral technologies require continuous auditing and safeguards to sustain trust. Equally vital is the cultivation of an issue-based political culture, supported by civil society, media, and academia. Ultimately, democratic stability rests heavily on elite behavior. Commitment to peaceful competition, respect for institutional rules, and restraint in rhetoric are indispensable. Elections alone do not validate democracy. Credibility of processes, integrity of institutions, and confidence of citizens do. Nigeria's 2027 elections will unfold within a complex interplay of economic pressures, demographic shifts, technological transitions, and political recalibration. They will test whether reforms translate into trust, whether competition strengthens rather than fractures national unity, and whether governance outcomes reshape political legitimacy. As Nigeria advances towards 2027, the defining question is no longer whether elections will hold. It is whether they will deepen democratic resilience, reinforce national stability, and align political leadership more closely with citizen aspirations. The answer will shape not just an electoral outcome, but the country's democratic trajectory.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome to your favorite entertainment show here on Aneke TV, and today I call it Money Make It Monday, and you know what it means. We make the money and you can always tune in on our official hand page on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook to always watch our interesting entertainment show live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obodo. I still remain your one and only favorite social lawyer. And today it's a little bit rosy and all full of dimensional for me. But you know what? I will not stop spilling those hot gossip. But I call it hot gossip. I call it hot gossip because I know you guys want to hear the trending things happening on the entertainment industry, and I will not leave any corner untouched today. Okay, moving over to my first gist for today. I'm going to talk about it's a sad story, but the twist around the story makes it more beautiful, and Nigerians have their own way of having comments, sentimental comments, and it's all about BBL gone wrong. A young lady passed away over an unsuccessful BBL surgery in Lagos. Friends and loved ones are mourning Elena Jessica, who reportedly passed away after complication from a second BBL surgery. The procedure really went wrong during the operation. Just imagine. Can you just take a look? Watching, and I said, what do women want? It's just a question on my mind. What do women want actually? Because she went for the first surgery, she turned out this amazing. So I don't know what else she's looking for. Is there any extra thing to having BBL by most female Lagosians in Lagos? Because it's something that we need to talk about, because the frequent incident of young ladies dying due to this procedure should actually serve as a method and a means to deter others from going into the same way. But you see, ladies, in outrageous numbers go forth to perform the same surgery, and I don't understand, because when I was reading it, I don't know if I should be sad, I should be happy, or I should, but for me, I feel like it's a way to tell ladies, appreciate who you are, appreciate the way you look. You are beautiful. If you are actually, going into this procedure because of peer pressure, please deter yourself away from it, because I don't know what you be doing out there, looking all, good in your natural way. You are trying to add up, and end up, complicating your health and a lot of things for yourself. And going online again to beg online viewers to support you. You are the veg weeks of dying, and we should just donate. I'm not gonna donate to interestingly, because I don't know, why will I donate for you? You went on a knife, on your own sole decision. I don't think anyone owes you that duty or responsibility to facilitate your listen when you are the one that went into this problem, this predicament yourself. So just imagine this elegant young lady with high vision, career and everything, all gone on the name of what? BBL. So it should serve as a warning to our young ladies there. Be contented with what you have. If you have small body shape, this small in a moderate, just be who you are, because men out there just want to just flirt around, and they go over. They know the ones they want actually. It's a trending things for ladies out there, mostly especially in Lagos. So we should leave it for them. Okay, moving over to my second gist for today is about the legend, the Nollywood legend, the Nollywood legend. I call him legend, Pet Edochie. You know, in his recent listen, Pet Edochie does not charge for any role. He revealed that at 70 he already made enough money and was concerned with helping the next generation. To him, everything is not money. If he's to charge what he should charge, that means he should charge up to 50 million for a role. And how many people will afford this? This resonated from the current occurrences where he ventured into a promotion with Brainjota, and within a show of 20 minutes there was a skyrocket of views. About millions of people tuned in to watch this promotion in Italy did for our comedian Brainjota, and it is he's living as a legend. He's living the footstep and the pattern he is supposed to live, because I've gone to ask some series of questions, and I was like, okay, this our upcoming Nollywood actors, can they emulate the lifestyle and the dignitaries the dignitaries in Nollywood? Can they actually emulate the lifestyles of these legends, our old legends, the likes of Chiwetarago, the likes of Pet Edochie? These people are people that has made Nollywood come up to the stage and standard it is in this our current situation. Can people be able to emulate these people? I've been wondering, and I keep asking myself, is it just something of our current upcomings and already in the industry? Is it a thing of cruise for them, or is it a thing of certain anchored backgrounds and footsteps for others to imitate them? Because I think once these legends are gone, I don't know, is there any trademark or footstep for others to emulate, the younger ones upcoming? Because with what I'm seeing in the industry, it's the money. It's always a war talk for money for them, the younger ones. So would they be able to go down the above standard to give us what we actually want, or would there be a money talk standard for these people? Because what is happening today in our country in the entertainment industry is something that we need to regulate. Some actors coming in, play their role, and the high demand. Some producers are complaining about the high demand of these actors, and them not able to cope up because they consider the cost of production, they consider the cost of things they use for the cast and everything. So now all these popular actors always demand, and they are not able to meet up, and the challenges. Should we actually look into this diversity of what is happening, or should we just overlook something? But that's the talk for you guys to speak about. Moving up to my next gist, I have Katefe is now officially the first African streamer to reach 600k followers on Twitch. This has never happened before. He's the first ever to do this, and the most beautiful thing is that he didn't go out there begging big faces to collaborate with him. I think there's a problem here. For me personally, my view, I think Katefe went into this glorious publicity. I think for me, the moment, the break moment when I knew, I understand, like Katefe, Twitch, I had to be like, what is Twitch? What's it all about? Was the day he hosted the likes of Davido. Yes. At that point, I was like, oh, okay, what's going on here? What's this all about? What's Katefe bringing to the table? Because we're all used to, the live streams of Pella, but when Davido was like, it was not the whole thing was trending, and people were like, what's happening? Like, dope, yeah, what's happening? God, I just wanted to know what's gonna happen, what is it all about. Davido, the anxiety and the curiosity that comes with that Davido is gonna host or be a co-host in Katefe's live stream. People were like where is it gonna happen? People to Twitter or or TikTok, but the video was like, giving it Twitch, and the people were like, okay, let's know about this Twitch. What is it all about? What is it? People started tuning in, people started, dissecting and, getting used and familiarized with this app. But today, see, the young man is becoming the African most followed streamer on Twitch. It is something like I always say, yes, never give up. It's not a matter of who started the race. It's how far you have gone on your own pace. Everybody has his own destiny timeline, and that's today. And now it's for Cap's effort to rule and become the king where he is zoned, and he went to do things in an extraordinary way, and people commend him for being this. And okay, we move over to my next gist, and it's all about the commentary made by the comedian Zig Salome, the skit maker. I don't know, you guys should know about Zig Salome and his old tantrums about ladies. We see him mostly in female attire, exhibiting, these women girlish, showcase of skit making. And it's so, for me, it's something very unique because, now it is a male coming in to play a female gender role, in bringing it into his comedy or skit to make people understand that what a woman can do better, a man or an Odogu Parara can do much better. Do you understand? And it is a thing of but the main thing, my main issue today is when he said a lot of girls who claim to be in a relationship aren't really in one. They just have a permanent hookup man out there supporting them. For me, it's a lie. I know some men out there will be shouting, yes, it's true, yes, it's true, yes, it's true. For me, nah, lie. I don't agree. No agree for anybody. I don't agree at all. Because there are so many hardworking there. So me gift here. I stand to deny that whole thing he said, because for me it's not applicable. In as much as there are other ladies there, trying to paint other good ones bad, but it should not be a thing of generalization. For me, it's a thing of specific desire and a specific want for a person. It's a personalized something. It's not something that should be generalized for the ladies out there. There are some women that some ladies want it easy, and you don't blame them. Yeah, as a lady, you don't blame some other ones for coming out there and trying to make life easy for them and trying to get one segmented held down, pinned down Odogu right there to fund her lifestyle. Well, that being said, let's move to the next gist, and it's saying 500 million naira to go back to SS3 or 200 million naira to continue with your present life. 500 million naira and go back to SS3 and 200 million naira to continue with your present life. For me, I know that this is going to be a different thing of debate, but I think what I've achieved now should be better than my yesterday, because I don't know if I go back to yesterday how it will all turn out. Even maybe the 5 million naira will not even be enough for me when I get to this my present time. So I think I will move on with my present, and I think I can actually utilize the 20 million naira presently, because with what I have experienced, with my experience now, I'll just break down what I'll use that 200 million naira to do, because I'm gonna use it to set up and establish and grow from there, because for me it's a thing of growth. I think I've laid the basic foundations, and while growing up you should know what you want and what exactly you stand to gain in doing some certain things. So it should not be when you're getting older you're still strategizing, and it will make you confused, because some people will be like, let me go back to my with what I know now, let me go back to my SS3. For me, no backward. We are going forward. Nobody's going back there to receive punishment, kneel down, hands up, doing this now. I'm not going back. The baby girl and more knows what she wants, and I'm going with a 20 million naira to establish myself. And you know what I mean? No. I'm not going back there. So moving on to my next gist, and it says, serious question: how many days is acceptable not to hear from someone you are dating? Because it has now been 3 days and I'm already ready to text this man and have a good life. For me, okay, 1 day is acceptable, maybe with excuses, tangible excuses, like that you did something and something happened, you were unable to reach out to tell me what's going on. 1 day, but if it passes that day, and moves over to the second day, you're dating yourself. Yes, I mean, you're actually dating yourself. You are actually dating yourself, because at that point, I'll just see that thing as something we call situationship. Situationship. For me, it's gonna be situationship, because you are alone now. Because I don't see any reason why a man, knowing fully well he is in a serious relationship, will not, I repeat myself, will not find out time, even in his basic schedule. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't rate you. The man don't rate you at all. On your own. Otilo. The man don't send you if you want. Be dying. Don't go and look for something and be doing. Because I feel like, man, I won't say it, because some people will just use I and kill me here, but let me leave it for, But I always say to my ladies, you know what you want. Don't over prioritize, things that you know that are hurting you, and you keep prioritizing them. Keep believing. Once it starts down, when you are married to that person, it continues. It's not something that you come and you say, married, I will change him. You're not changing anybody. There's nothing like change. Like, you're not changing him. He's him, and he's him alone. So if you can't change him now, don't expect any different thing he's doing in marriage. Because a man that you're actually dating, that is not always updating you about his whereabouts, lifestyle and everything, and you think when you marry him tomorrow he will come and update you, lie, you on your own. Because the young man there doesn't understand this thing you're talking about. He wants to just live his life and do everything, because he feels like you already used to him doing this when you guys were actually dating. So what do you want now? You are married. Why are you disturbing him? I beg. So anything as a young lady, you're dating someone, if you don't like something, walk up and say, I don't like this. If he refuses to change, he keeps doing the same thing over and over again, I feel like the next thing to do is, my dear, if you can't endure, go out. Walk out of the relationship. That's just what it's going to be. Don't say, yeah, I can do it. You can't do it. So, okay, moving over to the next segment of my entertainment show. And I know you guys will be, anticipating this for a long time, but I'm bringing it on. I have this movie. This movie, I repeat, this movie that has been trending, that has been done by our, female legend. You guys, know this woman. She has been in the industry for decades. What I mean, ever growing young, elegant, lady. She's every day young. She doesn't get old. But actually, I saw her and her children on an event. I was like, this lady, what's happening? She should just come and tutor me on something. Okay, my movie for today is no other than Mother's Love, which will be coming live on cinema on 6th of March. It's already there. You can always go and watch. And this movie is about, in the Mother's Love, a young woman named Adebisi lives her sheltered upbringing to begin her NYSC year and discovers independence, new relationships, and reality of life. Her journey strains her family ties, especially with her mother, Labeke, whose own past and deep commitment to protecting her daughter complicates her relationship. And this movie we're talking about is directed by Omotala Jelade Ekinde. In her directorial movie debut, she's a star of the movie Labeke, and she has the likes of Nosares and Oworu, these Yoruba, great actors. And this has been released in the Nigerian cinema. And this movie, for me, it has, bring to me a pictured narrative. When I mean pictured narrative, I mean, seeing a mother who cared deeply for her child, but with her belief on some certain things, she has tried to restrain, and knowing fully well that the outward is not good, and others, she's trying to reach her her daughter. But as a child, I understand the lady, the young girl. You have to feel in a bit of independence, like as a young lady, you have to have that feeling, because it nurtures you. Even when you are married, you understand that you are not going to carry all your loads, everything, and just wham. If in case anything happens to the star of your family or the person there, you'll be frustrated, looking all detached from the society, looking like a haggard, this what we call haggard witch. Have you ever heard about a haggard witch? That is what you'll be looking like. But leaving that one, we'll move to my next, about fashion. Fashion, and I like fashion. Everything about fashion. I like being styled, being stylish is something for me. It's very, very, very top, stuff for me. If as a young lady you are not that stylish for me, I perceive you in such a dynamic way. But for me, okay, let's move to see the red carpet from 2026 Sage Award. Sage Award from Louis Vuitton and to Balenciaga and the rest. The 2026 Actor Awards, formerly known as the Sage Award, have officially landed, and it's a thing of drama in the Hollywood. And moving over, see my elegant woman there. She's Infinity in her Louis Vuitton. She was nominated for her best performance in One Battle After Another. Just imagine this lace of all dynamics. And she's also a representative of Louis Vuitton ambassador, and how she wore a custom hand-knitted embroidered gown paired with a matching headpiece. I felt an intentional way about her dressing. It's all elegancy and a sense of a modest woman. She's not open. She just elegancy. Just watch the dressing. It's a very good piece. And we have Yerinaha in her Balenciaga. Everyone is currently in love with the Yerinaha, and yes, her skin deserves its own publicity. At this point, her first ever Actor Award appearance. And this lady, the next lady, is Taina Taylor in Tom Brownie and Tiffany and Co. This lady, I see this lady. For me, she embodies elegancy and her way of acting. She knows how to act into life what she represents. She is a brand of her own. Like, just imagine those outfits, embroidered Tule mermaid skirts adorned with 400,000 sequins and 1,075,000 beads. this thing is something that you need to watch. And over to our Nigerian designers, and we have the likes of other outfit that I like at the red carpet is Michael B. Jordan in Tom Ford by Hideo Achman, and I have Kate Hudson in Valentino. The next one, yeah, Kate Hudson in Valentino. I have the likes of Tyler James Williams in Sergio Hudson. And the last but not the least for me is Natasha Rothwell in Nahim Khan. This lady is giving me the vibe of an African American woman. See, the gown is gowning. The gown is gowning. All manner of decency. And she still looks elegant. And it is all for now. And this is my fashion recap for you for the week and for Monday. It's still your beautiful, host. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shosho Lawyer. Thank you for being with us on this entertainment, show segment. It was fun, talking and knowing the fully way that you guys are, always about it. You can always send in your comments, it's a chip chat stuff. You can always send in your comments on our official page on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. Yeah, you can always dialogue, have your comments, read your comments, and be part of this show, because what's this show without you guys? I love you guys, and this. We're gonna do this tomorrow, same time, same session, and we're live on Aneke TV. Thank you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It gladdens our hearts once again to have you join Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that places an eye watch on the lifestyles and activities of the young people. This is with intention to making it better and then providing solutions to calling them to order when necessary. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and as a matter of fact, we say bravo to you for being a regular participant on this program. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today our focus is on dating before marriage. You can always find us on our socials, our X, our TikTok, our Instagram, our YouTube at Aneke TV, and that's where you see how great we are with programs. Thank you so much. Permit me to introduce to you another set of wonderful guests we have on the studio today. By my left is Ndale Modebe. She is a global media and PR expert. Ndale, you're welcome.
I'm glad to be here.
And then by my left, I have Pastor Timothy Nzubechukwu. He is a branch pastor working with the Redemption Church worldwide. Pastor, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure.
All right. Today we are looking at dating before marriage. Yes, and they say ladies first. And I want to observe that principle today. So, Ndale, I am coming to you. How much do you believe in dating before marriage?
For me, I feel it's like 90% important that you date before marriage.
90% important. 90% is very, very reasonable. Then, Pastor,
well, it's
you being a pastor, you believe in that?
Of course, I believe in
You do also. Okay. Then, why do you think it is necessary to date before marriage?
I feel it's necessary to date before marriage because of the fact that it's important that the people from different cultures, different lifestyles, upbringings, belief, is important that they, get to know themselves, understand, understand their different nuances, and know how they can work together as one. Where issues come in is when they don't date at all and they jump in, and this is a lifetime. It's not like it's 2 months or 1 year or 5 years. It's for life, hopefully. So when you date, you say, okay, this person likes this like this person doesn't like this like this. You understand my boundaries, I understand your boundaries, and then we can know if it can even work, if or not. So I feel it's very, very important to date before marriage.
All right, Pastor, you also believe in dating before marriage. I want to get your own school of thought or version of the importance of dating before marriage.
All right. I think dating, marriage, then let me use the word relationship, dating, marriage, like primary, secondary, and then university of life. First is that you know someone, then you come to a point whereby you become more intentional that something can actually work out between me and this person. At that moment, it's being considered dating, because you have the intention that something can actually work out between me and this person. Then is a moment of learning, which is the secondary aspect of the marital life, because the marriage, I call it university level of life, which you are not going to graduate. But that moment of dating is the secondary moment where you're going to know how somebody reasons, whether the reason of the person is matching with your own, whether there are some decisions and there's some thoughts that are not aligning together. And then you try as much as possible to be able to align and then know whether you are going to be in the same ship forever. Because if you're not aligning, then this is that the marriage is going to crash, even if you eventually enter into it. So
I consciously underlined that you're going to know whether two of you are going to be in the same ship forever, for the whole lifetime. Okay, can we find out any, or have we discovered any kind of disadvantages of dating?
Yes, there are so many.
Okay.
There are so many disadvantages of dating before marriage, especially if you don't. For some people, I'm of the school of thought that I believe in purity before marriage.
Okay.
Purity in the sense of abstinence and celibacy. So take for instance now, you decide to date this person before marriage and you've already committed your body into the relationship.
I want you to get me right, sorry.
Yes.
The disadvantages I'm talking about, from what you said, you're going to look at yourself, check up if you can be in the same ship forever. At that stage, you have been tested and trusted. Then the dating continues. Are there disadvantages at that level? Not before the level. Not before that stage.
Okay, so at that point, when for me, it still boils down to the how. The how in the sense, while you're getting to know that person, what are you doing? Are you just talking? Are you going on dates? Do you have accountability partners? Or are you dabbling into some other room matters? Because that's where the problem is. If at that point is just talking, you have people like a chaperone that can, or a pastor or a mentor that can guide both of you. It's easier that way. You keep it holy. You keep the marital bed undefiled. But at the point where you're already jumping into the other things, first of all, your emotions will cloud judgment. Once, can I say sex on the show? Once sex gets into the matter, the things you're supposed to see, the red flags you're supposed to see, you will not see it especially as a woman and sometimes as a man, because you've already left the courtship waters of talking and you started touching.
Okay, when you were speaking, you mentioned, I think you said friendship, relationship, and then dating. Permit me to come to that later. And you also mentioned sex and the dating. Okay, before that, what do you think that will happen? Supposing two persons go into marriage without dating?
Well, I think two persons going into marriage before dating.
Without dating.
People are doing it, actually.
Okay.
People are doing it. People are getting married on referral.
Okay.
I know a lot of people that have undergone such journey, and it's more like a gambling. You are just gambling your future because it's something that you don't know. It's a 50-50 chance. You don't know whether it will work. You don't know whether it will not work.
But sometimes it works.
So sometimes if it works, that means luck shine on you. It doesn't happen all the time because you can end up dating someone or you end up getting married to someone you don't even know at all. And I can tell you that if 100 people got married without dating, maybe 80 might end up not getting married right. Because you have to know somebody. You have to know somebody beyond what someone says about the person or what people are saying concerning the person. You have to know someone's character. You have to know someone's temperament. Because the person you are relating with, the person you are going to marry, will someday get angry. You have to know how the person treats people that are not related to them, people that don't have connection with them. So all these things are facts, things you need to check before actually saying, I think I am convinced to get married to this person. So anyone who is entering into marriage without first of all knowing the person, dating. And basically I can tell you that most times people who even think that they are getting married without dating actually dated. It could be 1 month, it could be 2 months. You don't just see someone and just enter and just get married to the person. There must be some kind of, either you either date the person consciously or unconsciously. Someone might be telling you.
I disagree with you.
Okay.
I know I don't have an opinion here.
All right.
But I don't think it is possible to date someone unconsciously. Taking note of all of the things you have mentioned.
All right.
That you do in dating. Those are conscious efforts. Those are intended things. Intentional relationship and all of that.
What I'm saying in essence is that someone can actually be making some finding about somebody, even without the person being aware. Like you go around, how does this person behave? Have you related with this person? Do you know this one? Do you know this person? At that moment, you are just setting up your mind. Although the person in line may not be aware.
May not. And when he has not done that, supposing marriage happens, when he has not done that, you are the person that did it. And you did it in the hidden.
Yes.
He didn't know. On his own part, he didn't do anything.
So
and to him, the marriage happened by accident.
Well, yes, because any action that the person is displaying in the at the course of marriage is actually on you, the person.
Okay. Now let me comment this way, and I want us to be honest here. Okay. I want us to be honest with ourselves. I am thinking that all of the things we have mentioned that we are doing in dating before marriage, they are built on love. If two persons love themselves, I love you, do you love me? Yes. What's the measure of love? It is immeasurable. Permit me to use that term. And then they go into marriage. It's not love that we're talking about. Can't love bring people into marriage, devoid of all of the things you have mentioned?
For me, I'll always say, in as much as love is amazing and is beautiful, love is not enough. Love is like 30 or 40% of the equation to make a marriage work. Like when you're baking, you need certain things. Love is part of the ingredient, but it's not enough. Like he said, your temper. How do you react when you're angry? How do you treat people that don't have any authority over you? Do you understand? What are your temperaments? Are we compatible? What is your love language? You know, there are certain things. Do you understand what it means when people say that love is sacrifice, love is commitment? Some days I may not feel like talking to you, but because I've made that commitment to be in your life, I will talk to you.
What is the measure of love for marriage qualifications? I want you to measure this in percentage.
In percentage?
Yes.
I feel love is like 40%.
40%.
The rest is
and you're due for marriage.
The rest is work. Intentionality, effort, work. when I don't like your face, when I don't like your tone, when I don't like anything about you. For me, when it comes to, I feel friendship is more important than love. If you're my friend, I won't want to hurt you. If you're my friend and I see you hurting, I won't add to that pain. Because so I want you to be my friend before the love. Because sometimes love is like magic. It comes, it goes. But that friendship, that value, that commitment, that sisterhood and brotherhood relationship, it doesn't go away because you don't want to hurt your brother or your sister or your friend.
Okay. Pastor, you were the person that mentioned friendship before now. What is even the difference between friendship and dating?
Well,
because Ndale is coming from that angle of the person being your friend.
I think the last time I was here, I was able to say something in regards to friendship, which is the basic point of life. You meet people, you bond with them, and then you begin to know how they react. It could be male versus male. It could be male versus female. So it's actually the foundation of relationship, every formal relationship. So that's friendship. When you are able to meet people, connect with them, and you know your spirit will just match up with them. Most times, you really don't have the power sometimes to control those who become your friend, because sometimes it happens before you know it. You become connected to them. You see that all of a sudden your vision is aligning with them, your words are aligning with them. They get to love you easier. They get to see things from your perspective, and
those are your friends.
You become like, come on, what's going on?
Like this person, kindred spirits.
Yeah, you now begin to connect, just like what happened between David and Jonathan. You see that it's more like a spiritual thing. It's not something that you can just come up and say, okay, this person. You can call somebody your friend, and the person will not call you his friend. True. And at the end of the day, the person will shatter you, because anyone that is going to present himself to be friend, more like is going to also, if I'm going to say that you are my friend, you should be able to say friendly. That yes, I'm also your friend, because I cannot say you are my friend, whereas you are saying that I'm not your friend. It doesn't stand.
Okay.
It's a two-way. Yes.
Okay. If that is the case, permit me to comment this way. What is the place of relationship in this whole friendship and dating thing?
For me, okay, so I feel, especially my relationships, it usually starts from friendship. It starts from friendship, because the way I see love and infatuation, there's a love, infatuation, and lust. There's a very thin line. So most times when it starts with that love and infatuation, it's like fire. It burns, and after a while, especially if it burns in the carnal way, once you get it, that whole love turns to ashes. The fire just goes down. But when it starts gradually from friendship, we have the same vision, we build together. You know, I have my down days, you call me, you console me. You have your down days, I console you, I support your projects. And then somehow, some way, we have the same, the love happens. It's sweeter that way. It didn't just come all of a sudden, so it won't go all of a sudden. So you think back, this is what me and this person has been through. These are the sacrifices they made for me. These are the sacrifices I've made for you. You can't just pull away like that. So I feel that friendship is a fundamental factor in marriage.
Okay. Now let's look at the relationship and dating. Is it dating that's graduating into relationship, or relationship graduating into dating?
No, relationship graduates into dating, and then dating, of course, marriage. But then I don't know if I should say something about love, right? I think for me, I believe that love is an intentional act of not just seeing someone and then liking the person, but also is an intentional act that you know that this person is going to offend me many times, but I have already made up my mind that I will forgive. Right? Because when if I begin to go into the scriptural standard of love, you find out that what many people call love is actually not love, but infatuation. So because if it is love, first thing is that the Bible said that love suffers long. Love does not boast, it does not lift up itself. So there's a lot of things, condiment that are found in love, that when you see real love, you know that this one is love. There's humility in love. There's ability to let go in love. Yes, ability to forgive in love. There's a lot in love. So people mistake infatuation to be love, and that's why once their relationship gravitate, like she said rightly, once the relationship gravitate to a point whereby emotional attachment begins to play, the immature one will give in certain some uncertainties, and then they'll be carried away, and before you know what is happening, everything will turn out. So that's exactly what I have to say about love. But then in relationship, I think it is when we talk about relationship. And
before you come in from that angle of relationship, Ndale, don't you think that pastor is taking us deep into the biblical love? There is this love. We'll talk of the first sight. You've heard of love at first sight.
Love at first sight.
Don't you think it works?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Okay, if it's sometimes, let's bring it to the dating we are talking about.
Okay.
We have mentioned the whole of qualities of people who are dating, the expectations, and all of that. Do you think everybody is dateable? Are there not people that cannot be dated?
Okay, everybody is dateable, but I think everybody is not dateable.
I want Ndali to come in here. Ndali, I want you to come in here.
Well,
yes.
For me, I feel when it comes to being dateable, there's a song that said everybody has their mates.
Good.
Do you understand? That rude boy, there's a girl that likes rude boys. That's, loud makeup girl, there's someone that is his spec. Do you understand? However, but when it comes to traits, if you're disagreeable, even some things like people that like to argue, people that argue. I don't argue. I don't like to argue. So if you're arguing, I was dating someone that you could argue for hours on a TV show, and it will drain my energy because I'm a creative person. So for me, if you like to just be putting words, and it's not me, right? So there are people there are girls that like to argue. You can do it with them for 9 hours. They'll be giving it to you and all that. That is not me. So everybody can lolo again, when it comes to attitude, if you have a lot, you're very pessimistic. Those are negative traits. You're very pessimistic. You're rude and all those things. Nobody would want that. So a lot of times we need to work on ourselves. I have my faults. I have my flaws. Everybody has theirs. So I believe coming to the fact and the realization that we are working towards perfection. You find out what is your fault. Don't always blame the man or blame the woman. Look inward. What is it that's making people run away from me?
Ndale, I understand from the much you have spoken that there is everybody is made differently, and what interests you may not interest me. Simple. But there is, Pastor, believe me, there are some characteristics that are generally unacceptable in dating and even in relationship. Are there not people who possess those characteristics?
Where
are those people still dateable?
Like
they are women, they are men.
Well, like she
if
said,
you ask me,
right? I think I stand with what she said. Everybody is dateable, but everybody is not dateable for me. So I cannot date everyone. I think first for there to be proper dating, you have to understand your value first. You have to understand what the things that happens in you, your negative side and your positive side. And then when you are going to somebody, do have the understanding that there are certain things in you that you are working to subdue. You are working to become better in this aspect. I am working to become better. I'm not perfect. So you have to understand your own side before you can now look out to someone who will compliment you. Because you are not going to go on and start dating somebody because maybe you see the person is beautiful, maybe the person is fine, looking good, has money and all that. These things are good if that is what motivates you. But then I think for there to be proper dating and dating that is going to be meaningful and produce a meaningful marriage, right? There has to be first, what is lacking in me? What am I doing right? Where am I doing it wrong? The person that is coming to me, you also have to understand that this person is not 100%. There must be something that will not be good in her. There must be some trait that may not. But when someone actually possesses an obvious character that is maybe repugnant to your own side, that is actually fighting your own belief and your own stand as a person, you have to let go. You're not going to be subjugated to someone because of the fact that you want to date somebody.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's
okay. That's taken. Then, Dale, let me come to you. If all of what you're saying are truths and believable, if all are truths and believable, applied in dating and the relationship, if people have applied all of this and chosen wisely the people they date, why do we have all of these breakups there, here and there? Yes.
Oh, there are so many.
Heartbreaks.
There are so
It broke
many.
my heart.
There are so
My heart
many.
is shattered.
So many factors. So many factors. When you listen to outside opinions, when you listen to the whisperings of your friends, some men, their friends don't know better. They're in the world and they see that you're trying to get married. They would tell you things that will make you end a relationship or make you misbehave or make you cheat. And you're a girl and your friends are the jaye people. They will give you bad advice that, oh, that gift your guy gave you, the ring is not like, though. If you have an ear in the streets, those kind of traits can destroy not just a relationship, a marriage. Number two, if you as a person, you know within you that you're not ready for marriage, and you go and meet someone that is ready, and if you're in a corner or not corner, but like
Readiness for marriage?
yes, if you meet a man that wants to marry, and a man that wants to marry meets a woman that wants to marry, the things are easy. But when a woman meets a man that is not ready, his head is still in the streets, everything she's doing is like scattering. And a man meets a woman that is not ready, that she's still in her Gen Z era, she's still in her baby girl era, on the street era, like it's going to be like your two cannot work together unless they agree. That's the only way I can put it. Another thing that causes heartbreak is excessive expectations. You're watching too many movies and you feel, oh, I've seen cases where a guy brought a ring to propose, and because he did not kneel down, the girl did not accept the ring, and that was the end. Unnecessary expectations you get from television, So those are not. While I want the man to kneel down and propose to me, but it's not even our culture. It's not our culture. It's not in Igbo native law and customs. So there's so many other issues. And also another thing that causes it is when you commit your body too early in the relationship as a woman. The guy, that thing he was supposed to wait for.
Okay, too early in the relationship?
Too early or even at all.
So time has to be given for that?
At least 3 months.
At least 3 months, that is for you. I want you to add up something to all you have said. Tell us the type of man
that I'm looking at
that is dateable, maybe to you and maybe same to others.
Okay, so for me, I know it's cliche, but I want a kind man. I want a kind man. I want my friend.
Some men's kindness are in their bank accounts.
That's a very,
to some women,
that
is the definition of kindness. I don't know about you.
Kindness is not necessarily about your bank account. Kindness is that you have 10,000 naira and you're willing to spare 4,000 of that.
That's the financial management.
Yes.
Please go on with the type of man.
So for me, a kind man is a man that you have a meal, because I do a lot of humanitarian work. In fact, as it speaks today, we are already cooking food to take to the orphanages here in Enugu State. Right? We do it like monthly and stuff. A kind man is a man that you have your food and then you see somebody opposite that doesn't have access to food, and you're not just balancing and eating and saying those. You can decide to share it halfway, or you give them the food and then you sort yourself out because you have the money. As a kind man. A kind man is a man that when he upsets you, he will say he's sorry.
I'm noting down the qualities.
Yes, he will say he's sorry. He will not allow you to sleep angry or sleep in tears.
When he offends you.
When he offends you.
What if you think he offends you, but to him, he didn't?
So I feel a relationship that will work is a relationship of two intentional people, two forgivers. So if you notice, for me also, the Holy Spirit plays a big role. And why I'll say this is because when the Holy Spirit is in a man or woman, and whether it's them that are wrong or the other, you notice that both of them will come and apologize at the same time, because the Holy Spirit is convicting him and he's also convicting her. So that ability to listen to the Holy Spirit is very important, because your heart will be soft. Do you understand? Another thing is a man that has a mentor. When you start misbehaving, who can I talk to? Me, I have many mentors. If you call, I'll be shaking. I cannot misbehave like that, right? You have somebody, an authority over you, that when you say, I'm going to tell chief, I'm going to tell your dad, I'm going to tell, Mr. Bassi, I'm going to tell this, it will call you to order. You're not, there was a guy I was dating one time. I asked him, we are still talking. I asked him, who is his mentor? He said that mentor, Amungo. So I was like, that's very interesting, So we didn't marry, obviously. We married somebody else. So I want to be able to.
I hope that was not the only reason you didn't marry him.
Oh, there were other reasons. But that's
Okay. I think we'll come back to this. Thank you so much. I think so far so good, because it's interesting. I want us to observe just a short break. Ndale has told us has painted a picture of the kind of man she would like to get married to. There may be other women outside there who would like such man also. But when we come out from the short break, you are going to tell me, supposing I want to date a woman, the type of man I will have to cling on to dating. Thank you so much. Our viewer, I want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Back from the short break is still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is dating before marriage. We have gone at length, having done with the first phase of it, and we have observed a short break. I want to reintroduce the mentors I have here, and of course the guests we have on the studio. I have a global media and PR expert, Ndale Modebe. She's here, and she's ready to give you more. And I have Pastor Timothy Nzubechukwu, a branch pastor working with Redemption Church Worldwide. Let's continue. Pastor, before we went to the short break, Ndale, you've told us the type of man you would like to spend your lifetime. And I pray, and I'm being prophetic, God will give you that type of man. Amen. Then, Ndale, supposing I want to go out to seek for a woman to date, I want you to advise me. What kind of woman would you like me to take as your friend?
Well, I think first thing is I have to understand your vision, your goal, and then...
Pastor, my vision is a good woman that I want to date and get married to. My goal is the marriage.
Okay. If that being the case, I think it's someone that is going to align to your vision. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The scripture being my standard in life says that two cannot work together unless they agree, right? And then if your vision is not aligning with somebody, you are actually walking on water and can be drowned at any given moment, right? So you have to look out for someone that has the qualities of meeting the demand of your goal, the demand of your vision. If I, as a pastor, maybe I want to marry and then I want to date someone, and then I'm dating someone who doesn't have anything connected to ministry, who is not even ready, and then she's just there. She just wants a normal, regular guy. And the lady being kind and say, I don't want to marry this kind of person. This is not this kind of life I want to live. Oh. You see that me trying to date the person is first of all subjugating the person under me. And then at the end of the day, you will give the person reasons to know that she made a very big mistake, because she's not going to be comfortable in everything. You have to, in getting in dating someone, you have to understand that you should date someone that will be comfortable with whatever you're doing. Whatever you're doing. If you want somebody that is going to be there for you, I don't think that marriage literally is not you are not getting married to someone that you are going to command, you are going to tell, sit down here, the person will sit down. You are getting married or getting connected or dating someone that will complement you. So that's why I said vision and goal. It is very important that you understand it, because people can actually, maybe someone that wants to marry a banker, and then a lawyer comes in, and the person has always been fantasizing getting aligned with a banker. And you see that sometimes they've, though the problem is that many people don't even know what they want. I think many people don't know what they want. Most time people think that they want these, but actually in the whole sense of it, they want someone that they can actually get money from, or they want a guy that they can actually buy this thing for me, the guy will buy, or they want a girl that they can come back home and say, sit down here, the person will sit down without saying anything. I think that's
I think you've made a lot of valid points. But Ndale, he dropped a hint that his problem is that many people don't even know what they want. But I want to ask you, have you not seen or noticed that a lot of people don't even have time to think of what they want? That is why a lot of marriages happen by accident.
True.
Yes, they go into it. A lot of marriages happened by what some people may call unwanted pregnancy.
True.
Yes.
So many of them.
And that will be the emergence of the marriage. Okay. And the marriage will kickstart. You wouldn't stop it. Who has time to think of what he wants or what he does not want? And all of that. Okay, thank you so much. Let me take you to this other dimension. You know, I am thinking that any dating that didn't work at the end of the day, it ends up in heartbreak. It's always heartbreak. It's rarely you see the win-win situation. Go, I am going. Nobody breaks each other's heart. It's always, he has broken my heart. Please, I want you to tell us what heartbreak is.
Heartbreak is that feeling you feel when the one you love is no more in your life, and the person is not that the person is dead though, but you guys have broken that relationship and you have to heal from that relationship.
Are you talking from experience?
Of course. Of course. Heartbreak is real. And it happens.
Someone broke your heart or you broke somebody's heart?
Both ways. They broke
different cases.
They've broken my heart and I've broken somebody's
heart. Wow.
We are being candid.
Yeah. Okay.
So for me, I feel.
How did you feel when somebody broke your heart?
I felt bad.
You felt bad?
Yes.
Did you break somebody's heart intentionally or unintentionally?
It's always unintentional. Unintentional.
It was unintentional? Yes. Why did you feel bad when somebody broke your heart unintentionally?
It wasn't so I don't know if I'm allowed to mention what happened. However,
but be brief.
So this was some years back, and we were courting. And also, my principle, celibacy or abstinence till marriage. So that was what we had. So, however, before the relationship started, he was telling me about his ex. I kept pushing him to go and reconcile with her. And on reconciling, things happened and he didn't tell me. And I was not aware. So
things like what, if we are permitted to know?
Debe, like interesting man and woman things happened.
Okay.
And he came and told me that he was over, he was done. I was like, okay, fine. So we started dating. I wasn't aware. A few months into the relationship, into the courtship, he got a call from the lady saying she was pregnant. And, that was the beginning of the end. So, as a human being...
And the end of the beginning too.
Exactly. That was the beginning and the end of the beginning. As a human being, I was hurt. I cried, I blocked him, but later, you know.
No, you hadn't gone far with him.
We had dated. I met. He has gone to his family house. He had spoken to my parents. If the far was sex, we were never going to do that.
Should he have gone to that length when he hadn't settled or reconciled with the ex?
So I don't understand the question.
You've gone far with him before what happened. Yes. That was why it was so painful to you when the heartbreak happened or took place.
Yes.
You had gone far with him before he went to reconcile with the ex?
No. So, when he was coming for a relationship, he told me he was engaged, but he had ended it. But me, as a sucker for love, I was telling him to go, that he can walk. I was pushing him to the lady, right? And then one time I said, okay, go end things if that is what you truly want, and then come. But I'm not going to be dating you while you're dating someone else, or while you're still in a limbo. Go and see if there's anything, then if there's nothing, then come, and then we'll take it up from there. So one of the times he went, he said he did things, interesting things, that, you know, and then came back and told me that no, he's done, he's out of his system. I said, okay, fine, let's start.
Who told you did those interesting things?
By the time the lady was claiming she was pregnant, you know, and also it was very
okay.
It wasn't a nice experience.
I think the note has been taken.
Yeah.
If we were the cause, we would say sorry about that. But we can only say take heart. We can only say you take heart. God will give you your heart desire.
Amen.
Let me come back to you, Pastor. Why do you think this heartbreak is always he broke my heart or she broke my heart? We have not, in most cases, see the win-win situation. Go, I go. No heart is broken. And we have not seen in cases where the two hearts were broken together and everybody goes.
Well, okay, I think on that note, what I'm going to say is that first, it is better to have a broken relationship than a broken marriage. I am standing on that. Instead of us to kill ourselves in marriage, you know, pull down the building in marriage, let's pull out of the relationship, let everybody go.
Why should there be a broken dating after the relationship?
Yeah.
From the period of relationship to the period of dating is enough time for you to know yourself and know you're compatible.
You actually don't remove, you know certainly that you actually don't remove relationship in dating. You don't, because both of them works hand in hand. Yeah, you don't remove relationship.
It's called dating and relationship.
Yeah, it's dating and relationship. So you don't, both of them are the same. But then, in the case of heartbreak, you know that there's one thing that is found in man, and that is that when two hearts get connected, whether there's anything that is sexually involved or not, once there's a tamper in trust, one must feel hot. And basically the person that feels more hot is the one who trusts the more, the one who loves the more, the one who gives the more will be the victim, not the other way around.
Wow.
And that's why sometimes is either the guy will be broken because the guy loved the more, the person who becomes the victim in every act of broken relationship are actually those who entered into the relationship with a sincere mind. Most times they are ready to give everything to make sure that the relationship will work. That's why sometimes when it happens, you see them fighting to make sure that the relationship work again because they are ready to commit into it.
Is that right?
And then secondly is that when you have been maybe your heart have been maybe subdued based on certain condition, it could actually make you become broken when the relationship is over. And that's why I think when two people are getting involved or getting into relationship, I think they should use their senses. Right?
It's all right. That is the word. They should use their senses. Okay, thank you so much. Ndale, someone at some point broke your heart. And I can see you, I've seen you are moved on and you're doing well.
Oh, yes.
But the guy you broke his heart, I don't know how he's doing now. And you don't know. It's only God that knows. Then let me ask you this question. After heartbreak, what next? And why do you think we have more heartbreaks now than before?
Because people's patience and bandwidth for excesses is shorter than before. People's expectations are higher, and people have a lot of people's tolerance have become so short spanned. When it comes to heartbreaks, how do you heal from heartbreaks? First of all, there are ways to, you don't go about breaking people's hearts because you don't even know the mental health or health status of that person.
The question is, not the solution now. Why do you think there are more heartbreaks now than before now?
That's why I said, people's tolerance are is very low. People are not as patient as they used to be.
Okay.
People have gotten hooked onto the social media culture that if it's not working, you walk away, both from relationship and marriages. So I feel that is why there's a lot of, breakups now, and people's expectations are high.
Okay, you can now profile your solutions.
So for me, I feel that there are mature ways to go about breaking up. You don't just text somebody, it's over. No, you actually have a conversation with the person. It can be face to face if the person is a violent person, maybe on the phone or with somebody there, so that you don't get hurt. And then you let the person know, like you do it in such a mature way. I've had a experience where I broke up with my boyfriend and he was crying and I was crying and we were both crying, we were both hurt at the same time. And we had to come back together to date again. And then finally,
that's what I want to hear.
Yes. So that's it. In this love game, there's no one size fits all. What works for A won't work for B. You have to understand your own recipe, but also work on it by setting healthy boundaries, communicating with the person. So before it gets to the point of breakup, have you actually told this person that you don't like what they did, or is it just one time when they do something wrong you cut it off? So cut people some slack. And one other thing I'll say is, and I learned this while I was in Ghana. I learned it about 2 years ago, last year. Most times we judge people based on their actions, and then we judge ourselves on our intentions. So we are harsher on people than ourselves. So these days, I'm cutting people some slack. I'll ask you, why did you do this? What were your intentions? Not what you did. Why are you late? What happened? Did the car break down? Are you emotionally okay? I'm not judging you based on your reaction or your action or your intention. So if we can add that in our relationships, I believe we're going to have a lot more happier relationships and hopefully marriages.
Okay, thank you so much. I want us to bring it softly to the causes of these heartbreaks. Yes. What do you think can cause the heartbreak along the line when dating has set in? You have convinced me that relationship and dating are interwoven. No issues. But in that business, it was sweet, it was lovable, there was understanding, there was trust, and all of a sudden, the heartbreak ensued. Okay. Now, what are the causes of this heartbreak?
Okay, I think the causes of heartbreak, like she rightly said, thing you have to understand is that people change, right? Nobody is unchangeable except God. Have to bear that in mind, that anytime you're meeting anybody, this person has the tendencies of changing at any given moment. A guy can wake up and change. Maybe something can happen to somebody, trauma can happen, anything can happen, and somebody will change. The person you used to know that used to be very sweet and loving can become a monster because something happened somewhere.
And it may not be his fault or her fault.
Yeah, it may not be his fault.
That means the heartbreakers are free.
Yeah, so most
yes.
It's not, I'm not justifying it actually. I'm not. And now let me play on a safer side. This is not in a way to justify breaking up with people unnecessarily. First, you have to Now, look.
Pastor Timothy, all you have mentioned are necessary.
Yeah.
But anything can happen.
Yes.
Emotionally and physically.
Emotionally and physically. But
and in that case,
you have to, first of all, also look into, before you end anything with somebody, first of all, you have to consider the effect. If I'm going to end this thing, what are the causes? Is there any threats? Let it not be on a mail, maybe cheap gossip or something happened, or your expectation. In fact, using your unreasonable expectations to end up something with someone, that's the most childish and most foolish thing people do.
Okay, because I was about asking him.
Yes.
If something happens to you, someone that you love and you are supposed to lean on at that point in time, to start healing your wound gradually, and you come back and break up with the person. How has that been the solution to your problem?
To me, I think people actually break up most times.
If what you said is true, that means a lot of breakups you see are not the fault of those whose hearts were broken.
But let me say this, let me say this. You see, most times you have to understand that sometimes when someone is about to break up, most times they already have their options. They already have their options. So they are considering between this person and this person, who is better. Between this guy and this guy, who is better.
Is that the only reason people break up? What happened when you broke up somebody's heart?
Do that.
When I broke up.
Were you considering another guy?
I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Okay.
Actually. I was, what happened was that, we were arguing. I don't like arguing. And it takes my energy away. And, there was no alignment at that point. So I felt, it was time for us to call it quits, but we remained friends.
Okay. At the same time, I want you to speak to the lady outside there who is suffering heartbreak as you speak.
Dear lady, I know you're passing through a lot. I know you're going through heartbreaks. I want to tell you one thing. You need to choose yourself, right? After you've cried, after you've, cried on your friend's shoulders, I want you to go out there, make a new hairstyle, put on some new perfume, put on some red lipstick, buy a new outfit and look good, and go out and be yourself. Do something that makes you happy. I'll recommend exercise, because when you exercise, your body releases endorphins and feel-good hormones. And then I want to let you know that you're going to go through it. You would pass through this and you'll be stronger. And I'm hoping that you don't make the same mistakes again.
Okay, that's cool. Pastor Timothy, I want you to also speak to the man outside there who is listening to us now, who has lived for so long with a woman out of wedlock in the name of dating.
Well, my brother, just change your ways. All right, just change your ways, and you have to understand that you don't keep somebody on a track that the person doesn't know the outcome of the end of the journey. So you have to be real, bro to bro. This is just
Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. Aneke TV, thank you so much for being there. I've been with the global media and PR expert, Ndale Modebe. Thank you so much. And I've been with Pastor Timothy Ndubechukwu, a branch pastor working with the Redemption Church worldwide. Thank you so much for coming. And our viewer, it has been a nice time we shared with you. We are going to see again. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficult governance principles, communal responsibility, consensus, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong, transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to this day in Aneke television. On the program Mysteries of Life, when we talk of mysteries of life, we are talking about the mysteries surrounding life in its entirety. And in today's program, we'll be discussing gifts, or we can call it charity, in all its intricacies. Gifts or charity in all its intricacies or in all its ramifications. We are in a society where gifts are common in the families, in the communities, in the town, across the villages. We hear gifts. Come and take gifts. I will give you gifts from individuals, from religious organizations, from philanthropists. We hear gifts. So today in Aneke television, on this program, Mysteries of Life, we'll be extraying gifts and what it means. And with me to handle this program, by my right hand side is Maazi Chikodi Ugu, aka Ezengoko, Mahansa, Enugu Cultural Ambassador. He has many identities, but with these specifics, you know who he is and what he represents. Ezengoko, you are welcome.
I think
in English.
I say thank you very much for bringing me on this program. Welcome. And to our viewers.
On my right,
how we do it.
On my left is Reverend Uche Kalo, Children's Pastor, Assemblies of God Church, Owani, Enugu. Reverend, you are welcome.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Welcome, viewer.
And handling this topic, is your regular guest, presenter, Maazi Nemeka Gabriel Anichukwu. Viewers, let's go straight to this all-important topic. It's a common topic. Common but strange. We like to know what is gifts. I would like to start from my left-hand side, as I choose, from Reverend Carlo Uche. Reverend, what is gifts?
All right. Thank you, sir. A gift is anything you give, either in cash or kind, in expression of gratitude or in an intention to show benevolence and appreciation or encouragement or support to a recipient. That is gift. Thank you, sir.
Anything you receive from a benevolent heart, and which was not
either in cash or in kind,
accompanied by appreciation.
Yes.
Yes. That's your own perspective about gifts.
Yes.
I would like to ask the Ezengoko himself. Ezengoko, what is gift?
Gift is something that can come as a good or service. It can be physical or not physical, but something to show an appreciation from a party to a party without sometimes attachments.
Without without expecting any appreciation.
Exactly. So without attachments. And then that cannot be subjected to taxation in the economic terms and otherwise.
Because it's based on philanthropy.
It's a philanthropy thing. It's passing from someone to another out of benevolence, just like he said, acts of appreciation, and this parting of that gift can, most times, is not supposed to have attachments to it. Not like you're giving a gift and then I'm giving you a gift for you to do this for me. That's no longer a gift. It's an inducement. But it has to leave the person without an attachment for appreciation of what has transpired.
Okay. From what you've just said from Reverend Carlo and Ezengwoko, I can depict that gifts should come from a free heart that gives without any expectation. That any gift that comes with expectation that makes appreciation mandatory is not gifts. And Reverend, that is what I can say.
I don't subscribe totally to it. Thank God he says sometimes.
Yes,
sometimes. Yes, without any attachment. Say sometimes.
So coming from that angle, we usually hear when somebody comes into his village or community, he says he wants to pass gifts to his family members, to his church members, to his community, to his village members. And when you hear people call for such gifts, there are certain perception the society give to it nowadays. It's true that the kind of economy we have in this third world countries, there are many poor people, but some people are poor but still have sense of judgment amidst their poverty.
Yes.
They still have what they call self-esteem.
Okay.
So I would like to ask, starting from Reverend Carlo, should every call for gifts be responded? Should people respond to every call for gifts whenever a perceived or real philanthropist, a gift giver, comes back to his village or his family? Whenever a call for gifts is called, then people should rush. Should people rush to accept gifts?
Well, the truth of the matter is that as long as gift is concerned, the giver is assumed to be on top and the receiver is assumed to be beneath. And when you look at it very, very well, for someone to give, there must be an inbuilt intent. There must be an inbuilt intent. The Bible says a man's gift maketh wait for him.
Yeah.
There must be an inbuilt intent. And John chapter 10 verse 6 says, for God so loved the world. Because of that reason, he gave his only begotten son with an intent that whosoever believes in him will have something to benefit and will not perish but have everlasting life. So if a gift leaves the source to be beneficiary and the intent is not justified, then there is a question mark. Because who is giving you? Why is he giving you? For what purpose is he giving you? Do you understand? So when people call for gift in the name of philanthropy, as a philanthropist, you now ask, where is the source of that gift coming from?
The motivation behind the gift.
What is the personal integrity of the person that is giving it. What is he known for? Check his background. Where has he come from? And where is he? Where is he taking you to? You know, just like our brother said, if somebody gives you something so that you come and render a service, of course, when you are giving, there are justifications in the heart. Do you understand? A friend come to give you gift during burial of your father. When it is his own turn, you come in reciprocation. Okay, those ones are established issues. But when somebody gives a gift to lure you to become a slave, it's a different thing. When somebody gives a gift to take away your star, your talent, your blessing, your identity, there are people like that. A ritual gift, they give it to you. Before you know it, everything about you will begin to scatter. So there must be a background check. Who is giving gift? From where did he derive those gifts? Has he been known for that? What is the intent behind that gift?
That's a very valid response. And it's a Ngoko. Coming from that background, these are coming from north, south, east, and west in this our society. Building on his own theory, what can you say about should people rush to accept gifts whenever a perceived or real philanthropist calls people to come and pick gifts on him?
First and foremost, I have a problem with the word philanthropy.
Okay. As a real or perceived?
I have a problem with it because philanthropy looks fine, you know, at the surface, but deep down there's an intent.
Okay.
Majority of the so-called philanthropists do that for tax evasion. Let's get it straight. Because if you begin to tax them for what they produce, for instance, if they're manufacturers or whatever it is they do, or business people, there has to be some level of tax exemption. So they have to do that.
It's strategic alignment.
Strategic, yes, it's transactional. You know, give this thing so that the government won't tax us here, and they have experts who do these things for them. So when somebody says he's doing philanthropy, I just look at the person and ask, just like he said, what's the intent of this thing? That's number one. Then coming to the scenario you painted, people coming to the village and then he's distributing bags of rice and everybody's jumping up, and then tomorrow he does salt, exactly, and then they give him a traditional title, and then you begin to ask yourself, if you look at real terms, what prompted such an act in such a society? We delve deeper into it. Poverty, inequality of income.
Yeah.
Inequality of income. If our governments were doing the right thing, people shouldn't be doing such things. Yes. At the scale at which they're doing it, sometimes you see people, they say, okay, they have 300 trailers of rice sharing, sharing food to people. Are Africans supposed to be hungry? So sometimes I look at the people who do these things as people who the system has benefited one way or the other behind the scenes. So they have to do some sort of corporate social responsibility to hide away from,
to cover manipulation.
That's the point. That's how I look at it. So if somebody is giving a gift, if it's a spiritual thing, if you have to go to it from the spiritual perspective, if you are given a gift, even the Bible that you read says, if the right is given, the left should not know. There are specifications for it in the Bible. So you can't be giving a gift and then you have a camera to show the world that you're giving a gift. It doesn't make sense.
That brings catalyze some certain societal issue in a contemporary world. Most times you hear that a big man of God is organizing a huge.
You are you centering on a.
No, I'm I'll make it all impressive.
Okay.
Sometimes you hear of a big man of God is organizing a mega crusade, and without the crusade, I'm not against organizing mega crusade or giving gifts, because you say that whatever the right hand does, the left should not see.
Which is in the book.
Yes. So written in the
manual.
Actually, what he was trying to say is that you don't go
to advertise. It's
not that every gift must be given in isolation of one hand.
No, I'm coming.
Because there are one that need two hands to carry.
Yes.
Do you understand the picture? It's by interpretation that gift you don't go to advertise it, to publicize it.
Sometimes you hear that somebody has started giving gifts to his village members, to the villagers community, or in local government. Small time you hear that the person is contesting for a senatorship or House of Rep member. That those gifts were not gifts, but sources of manipulations proactively taken to get what he needs from the impoverished people. So, Reverend,
yes.
Reverend Kano, who can you chip concerning the proactive gifts from mega men of God and prospective political aspirants?
You know, so what I have to say is that it is 50-50.
Okay.
I don't subscribe totally that every gift you give philanthropist, that it should be turned or tantamount to a kind of slavery, a kind of civilization, manipulation, because even there in the Western world, you still have people that go about giving to the homeless, giving to the orphanage, giving to the elderly. In life, there are people on top and there are people beneath. The only way to add value to life is to put smiles in the face of people without expecting something in return. If you have intention to better people's life, of course, giving a fish is important, but showing the people or the person how to catch that fish is more important. Very, very more important. So you calling to organize a crusade, and you said there will be free shirts, clothes, free medication, things like that. The pivotal key point is to enlarge your publicity, show off, and draw people to come.
Good.
Draw people to come. But God looks at our motive.
Good.
You can do the right, but if your motive is wrong, everything is marked wrong. So when you are giving out some, I'm not against it. There are people that are not vying for political position, but they see in the society there are people they are better off. They add value and life into them. There is nothing wrong about it. But if you are saying, let me build this bridge, let me build the hospital, let me build this and that, let me give scholarship. Tomorrow I will come with your mind. God sees tomorrow from today. Then you now come and say, they say, this man has been doing this thing, he will do better. When he goes in, he has to recover and recuperate all that he has spent long years ago. That is wrong. You need to serve the society that God has blessed you with without expecting anything in return. So for a politician, for a pastor, if God has blessed you, give people scholarship, give people medical attention, give people anything. Don't expect anything from them.
So Reverend Carlo, thank you for this crucial submission. And that brings me to Ezenwoko. In our communities, you will see some big men, or we usually call them big men, whose family members cannot feed 3 times. You will hear that he has asked the bishop of the diocese that he will roof the whole cathedral, worth hundreds of millions of naira. But inside his family, inside that that person who is a great giver's family, some people cannot go to school. Some people cannot eat 3 times a day. Then when after giving that big gifts in the church and endorsed by the reverends and reverend, I'm not referring to you, please, particularly to you, but I'm saying what I've said to the clergy.
Very good.
Accepting it, though the clergy who knows the village terrain or the town terrain cannot even, who knows the relatives of that so-called big man, can never call that big man and tell him, some of your people, families are suffering, neighbors are suffering, and that makes some people to have some kind of hesitation in receiving gifts. They will say this man is a ritualist. He's now giving gifts to take their stars or to subdue them spiritually. Do you subscribe to such perception?
First and foremost, I have an issue. I personally have an issue with capitalism. And capitalism, you find capitalism in religious circles. Transactionary, human control, monetary control.
I call it economical capitalism.
Yes, that's what it is. And once that becomes clear to people, then it becomes imminent for us to address this issue of gifting in such a system. Now, I'll stretch it back a little bit. Why should there be poor people in a system like in Africa? Africa is the richest continent on earth.
Exactly.
Since 1884, the Berlin Conference, the white man they've come here, bastardized this place, and given us religion in return. Hold on. In the course of all that, they were all the tools they used to make us poor.
Okay. We hold it there. We come back for next. Let's have a break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As I asked you before we took a break.
Okay, I was talking about capitalism and the Berlin Conference and what made Africans poor people. What made people see Africans as poor people. And it's sad that the colonial masters who worked in cahoots with,
in sync
with the people who, in fact, they brought the religious system to keep us down and then exploit us, control our resources for their own personal gains and, the gains of the colonies. In the course of creating this poverty here, you have to see a direct relationship with the clergy of these so-called religious institutions and the government.
Especially
with the government.
The mainstream religions, the mainstream and the big
Orthodox religion.
All of the issue I'm talking is gift, not religion.
Yeah, so we're getting somewhere.
I'll come back to you.
We're getting somewhere.
Counter what he's saying.
Now you see, if we see the system in sync, the political system and the religious system playing out in our society, and then there are no checks and balances from the religious side to the political side,
as Elijah and Jeremiah did in the
old.
Yes.
Then there has to be poverty.
Obadiah, all these.
So I put it to the house that religion and politics created poverty in Africa.
Okay.
That's religion and poverty. Sorry, religion and politics that created the poverty in Africa. If you look at it deeply as well, you will see that in that system, one who has been elevated politically, who has been used as lackeys, or a lackey, to the system that set up that religious system there to keep people down will be on top.
So that he will continue giving.
And when he's on top, he will be seen as somebody who keeps giving. You understand what I'm saying? And when he's giving, when he's in that system of giving, the clergy might not be able to address certain issues to counter whatever thing he's doing. And that's exactly what we see here. Majority of the people who are financing the churches can't be controlled by the churches. That's the reality.
Okay, they can't be controlled. That's good. Reverend Kawo, I would like you to throw light on what he said.
If we are talking about gifts,
because what he's saying that the phenomenon of gifts, of this making gifts as a phenomenon in our society, is precipitated from poverty created by the political class and religious class.
Yes.
No, I'm saying what he from his own point of view.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In a sound society, there shouldn't be an era of gifts, people expecting gifts, people giving, because these gifts from common background is that most gifts, the Bible says that bribe seals the mouth of someone who wants to say the truth. If you want to see someone's mouth, give the person bribe. Bribes, you are a Bible scholar. Bribe seals the mouth of a truthful person. Once you accept bribe, like in the time of Jeremiah, Elijah, they counter certain things. When Ahab was messing up, the prophet of Israel confronted him. But what he's saying now is that we don't have most of these prophets who can counter what the political class is doing to impoverish the masses, because they have a kind of win-win alliance. What can you say about it?
The bold statement he made was that it was poverty that necessitated
gifts. Yes.
I want
the political class and the religious class are exploiting it. Detriment of the masses.
I want us to understand that in totality, there are people that has wealth, but they can't give.
Exactly.
There are people that don't have. They are willing to give from the little that they don't have.
It's true.
There are people that sees people that has, and when they give, instead of joining to give, they criticize them. And there are people that have and they will love to give. These are different categories of people. Now, whether we believe it or not, the poor will not finish in the land. They must be poor people.
But the gospel, Christ said, for the poor, the primary purpose of God's Jesus ministry is to eradicate poverty, because poverty makes you to think evil.
He didn't say the poor will completely.
No, he said he cares that poverty will be eradicated.
Wait, sir. As long as life lasts, as people are being born, they are dying, others are coming. Your tendency to become anything in life has a principle you must work upon.
Yes.
There is no way you block money. There is no way you block wealth. There are things you do, you get money. There are things you do, you will not get it. In fact, importantly, you must go to school. You must work. You must engage yourself into avenues of getting money. There is what we call ritual gift. There is what we call sacred gift. Ritual gifts are gifts that are in tandem with slavery and theft of your identity, your future, your blessing.
Metaphysically.
That is ritual gift. Before that gift is given to you, it has undergone spiritual sacrifice. And they don't give it to anyhow person. They don't give it to anyhow person. That's why you can even see somebody's mother dying. And you'll be throwing things elsewhere while the mother is dying. You can even see somebody's relative dying. It is a city boy.
The family members break from marriage, killing them.
Exactly. So there are sacred gifts Sacred gifts are gifts that come from a pure heart of love for God. Because you cannot love without giving.
Unconditional giving.
But you can give without loving. You cannot love without giving, but you can give without loving. Giving without loving is where you now enslave. What are you giving to me before I give? Common washing of your car, you must have something to do before you give.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Oh my God, there was a time I was so poor. And I went to a friend for help. And the friend said, I will take you to where I am building so that you help and work. I will pay you. Instead of going to Obomano to get workers and pay them. He took me to the place and I was to dig a plantain tree so that the foundation can go in. Right where I was digging, I was baptized with a sting of scorpion. And that was the end of that digging. And that was the end of the employment. No money paid, no food. And oh my God. Is it in Igbo land? I enjoyed it. Now what am I saying? People that want to give a sacred gift gives it on the heart platform of love, sacrifice. You are not expecting anything from it. So it's different from economical capitalization. It's different from religious background. It's different from prejudice and that. It is not the name we answer. It is the action that justifies our motive. Thank God it's only God that sees our heart. What we are talking is irrelevant. When somebody said, your action speaks louder that I cannot hear what you are talking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I just want to.
Please, do you believe there are ritual gifts through which a malevolent giver can manipulate somebody's destiny and draw them to him, to impoverish the other person, for him to expand, to grow?
It exists.
You do believe it?
Yes, it exists because this world is ruled by higher forces, whether we like it or not. It doesn't matter your religion, it doesn't matter your belief system, but the world is ruled by higher forces. And there are people who know how to tap into realms of existence and then use certain codes to manipulate certain situations. These things exist. So there are people who also are experts in demonology, necromancy, and all this stuff, you know. They get into it, just like he said, it's always very important that every human being guards himself spiritually. Like when the white men came here, they brought their religion. And then we moved away from our original ways of protecting ourselves. Those days we protected ourselves with our ancestors, with the elements of creation, earth, wind, water, and fire. And of course the fifth element, which is the spirit, ether. So with all these things within us and around us, we didn't have the kind of problems the white men had. For instance, demon possessions and all that. But what we have here is, for instance, if there is any energy that is resident in the very root of someone, that energy has to be treated for the person to get himself right. And when we call it Abu, okay? And when the necessary things are done for the person, the soul, the entity, whoever it is, certain spiritual protection comes around that person.
Inherently?
Yes, because it's a DNA thing, it's a rooted thing. Okay? And when this thing happens, you want to come and take his destiny, how will the ancestors allow you to do that? How will those spirits allow you to do that?
In our pre-Christian societies,
yes.
But there are some inherent spiritual force within the family, within a person, within a family, that will make him impregnable.
Yes, you can.
Impervious to all these things.
And all those things. Those things were not
there. But you agree that there are ritual givers who give to take other people's destiny.
It exists.
And subjugate them spiritually.
Yes.
And expand and progress at the expense and detriment of others, even within the family.
You know, when you talk about this progress, I wanted to talk about something he said about poverty in the system. That was why I went back to capitalism and how poverty was created in the system by the colonial masters who brought the system. Let us understand that for them to create poverty, it is for their own relevance. It's for the relevance of the colonial master to whip our ancestors behind their backs, to take them as slaves across the transatlantic.
I want to cut you there, okay. But it's a bit another topic. But I want to say that my problem is that, which is our problem, that those who say they accept Christ, because Christ is people who from the Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule, do unto others and which others do unto you, which means that a true Christian, if that is a true Christ-like, a true someone who truly embraces Christocentric philosophy, will not harm or do evil to another person. So, and you know that Christocentric philosophy also even is a focus of even ordinary.
Where I'm coming from is very, very simple. Just like you said, it's either you're a Christian or you're not a Christian.
Yes, yes.
And as far as I know, I don't think I've seen a Christian in Nigeria. I'm sorry.
But
sorry. I'm sorry.
From your own point of view, you are free to hear.
Because whatever the man Yeshua HaMashiach said, his name was not Jesus Christ, for crying out. Yeshua HaMashiach. Whatever thing he said in the book is not what I see. Foxes have holes, birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Here we have the clergy flying on private jets, which is not in tandem with what this man has taught. So that's not Christianity. And in Christianity, when he talked about poverty, there is no poor person in Christianity. Because if you look at the first Christians that was recorded in the book, they lived a socialist lifestyle.
Pure communalism.
Sell all you have, bring to the center. Is that what we're seeing here?
All in church.
Was there anybody? What are we talking about? Everything is upside down. I think we're celebrating it being upside down. Very well.
But we have a reverend gentleman here, a great man of the pulpit. Please, what can you say about what Aneke is saying?
That created the poverty.
The truth of the matter is that as long as life lasts, you cannot expect what began to remain till the end. That is not how life is built.
But Christ said the way of the perfect man should be brighter and brighter until the perfect day.
That is just what I am saying. What started ought to improve.
Good. Very good.
If somebody, there are too many angles to gift and gifting. Positive and negative.
Yes.
Bible said a man's gift makes way for him.
Yes.
It can be a gift of potential talent. It can be a gift of expression, like we have said, you are expressing your benevolence. It has the tendency of making ways for you. So you not expect somebody that is born today naked not to wear clothes, and as time goes on he will not improve on what he is wearing. You expect him to still wear that even when the size is not his size again. Life is progressive.
Yes.
In the ancient early apostolic season, it was so that whatever you sell, you bring it into the church, and they share it equal to everybody. The gospel was
his needs, according to one's needs.
Everybody, the gospel was starting. The world has enlarged.
Okay.
You don't expect what you talk. Real love of God. In the circle, in place you find yourself. Practice that. You may not bring all that you have. You may not bring all that you have. God will not take you to hellfire for that. But how do you show those that are hungry around you? Yeah, I was hungry, you didn't give me food. I was naked, you didn't clothe me. I said, when we do this to you, we didn't see you. It says, when you do it to those little ones. So it's not necessarily that everything you have, you will bring it to the church, to the public, for everybody to show you that what, to be ascertained that you are a good gifted giver. But people around you, how do you show care and love of God?
That's your macro level.
To them.
That's your macro level.
To them.
But I have a contrary view. You said that the society has expanded.
Of course.
But you know that when society expands, the treasure also expanded. Because human beings make up the corporate profit. Do you get me? Because if we were 5 before, we bring only profits from 5 persons. When we become 20, we bring profits from 20 persons, which means the community is expanding economically.
That's geometric progression.
So exactly. So then saying that because of the expansion in the population of the church, that people should not live that communal life in like that of the apostles era, Pauline church era. I said,
in the beginning, I already told you. I said, if anybody is giving, you must know that you are adding value.
That's why this is alluding, is saying that he doesn't see pure Christians here now. Because why is that? You will see someone who says he's a big Christian, a big man of God. He has 10 private jets. Why not use one, same man, and empower people who should go to school?
And that is a good ideology. I don't have any problem with what you say. It all depends on people's motive.
Let me tell you.
Because you sleep in one room, you sleep in one bed. That is understanding.
From my own philosophical analysis, I believe that the best way to eliminate evil is reducing the phenomenon of the era of gift giving. Because gifts make people, it's a kind of, you give mostly when people are poor. But when you empower me, you empower and empowered.
Do you know that even the Ordinala does not decline in giving and sacrifice?
No, I'm not.
Saraka.
The law of sowing and reaping is a natural law. And that is what we are saying now. As a Christian, whatever, once you give,
that is what we are saying.
We're saying people who attach evil motives to it. Because, and whenever somebody is poor, I said the first mission of Christ, as was propagated, is to reduce poverty. Because a poor man always thinks evil. The best way to eliminate evil in society is poverty is more dangerous than
there is no evil in getting wealth. There is no evil in getting wealth. But when that wealth takes the place of God in your life, it is wrong.
Can I say something? Please, you see, this thing called wealth and being rich are two different things. Being rich and being wealthy are two different things. Being rich has to do with having physical money. Physical money. And every rich man is a hungry man. Because he wants to multiply that money. He doesn't want that money to finish. He doesn't want to cut off the web somewhere and he's panicking. He'll come out over the next minute. Or give me a achievement. They are all panicking. But the wealthy man is contented. They are two different things. So when people begin to talk about poverty in the system, it's a pure capitalistic ideology. And because we are following the people who got this church here, that's why we are thinking that way. Because they have to create poverty. They must create poverty. Please, let me prove this point. Because I've proved it in different places on different platforms, and I keep saying it. Look at what is happening today in Africa. Ibrahim Traore says, okay, we want to be independent. And everyone is fighting him. Why are they fighting him? It shows you the people who got the church are the poor people. The people who gave you that system are the poor people. Because Africans were rich in our own ways. A man doesn't marry one woman in Africa. We were polygamous people. We had an arable system. Agriculture. there was no criminality. But they came and introduced their monetary system, the fiat money. And in the course of that fiat money, they were able to do their transactions. If you anybody it was the white man that started it. They taught us corruption. So that is why the religion they brought to us is questionable.
If somebody taught you something, don't you have the capacity to decline what you take and what you don't take? Is it the white man that is charging, is the landlord agent and the asset? Is it the white man? Is it the white man that is selling food stuff in the market? Is it the white man that pays people's transport fare in the taxi bus?
I want you to understand.
Our orientation need to change until we stop blaming whites and concentrate on rebuilding our continent, our nation. We won't get it better.
Have you read the 1974 Henry Kissinger report?
Go ahead with what you are saying. I may not have read it.
The Henry Kissinger report says that Africans, Nigerians should not be allowed to enjoy their resources. It was America that was saying it.
Okay.
So you can now understand why you are having problems.
So if somebody said you will not leave, you tell that person, yes, I will not leave.
Listen first.
No, I'm asking a question based on what I just said. Somebody say you will not enjoy this your money. You say that good, I will not enjoy my money.
I will explain to you why it is like that.
Okay.
Why do your people who want to aspire for presidency go to Chatham House? You think you have independence? Do you see yourself as somebody who has independence?
You know,
why do they go to Chatham House? What do they do there?
It's like a plain ideology. Sir, what I'm saying is
why do they go there?
In the angle where me and you exist, we need to give with an intention not to colonize, not to enslave, not to receive something at the back.
Reverend Kawo and Ezeko, thank you very much. Listeners, as we have exchanged views on the phenomenon of gifts in our society, the two response persons speaking here is Ngoko Mahansa himself, Mazi Chukwudi Ugu, is Ngoko, and Reverend Uche Kawo. The certain reasons were given for the predominancy of gifts in our society. They rooted it in religious incapacitation and political incapacitation to impoverish the masses. In as much as we have divergent views, but what we should learn is that even Christianity, in the reasons of Christological philosophy, is doing that as a wisdom as given to you. Yes. So when giving gifts without good intent, you are trying to manipulate another person, which is evil. So though the sacred give their ritual gifts, so whenever you are accepting gifts, let your intuition reveal to you which gift that is coming and for you to know if you accept it or not. And giving gifts are because the laws of sowing and reaping is natural. So on this note, we'll call it a day, and our appreciation goes to Reverend Uche Kawo, children pastor Service of God Church 1 Enugu. Please allow in 2 seconds you are not to the man.
Very soon bags of rice will be flying everywhere.
Hallelujah.
For politicians.
Okay.
The Bible says, as the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest will not cease.
Thank you.
You know the one you are receiving and the one you are giving.
Your last word in 2 seconds for the masses.
If we do the right thing and approach the system the right way, we will eradicate poverty.
Thank you. You do the right thing and put the system in the right way, we will eradicate poverty. Which means that I can say the truth. On this note, Aneke Television on the program Uses of Life calls it a day. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.